The circumstances, unfortunately, we couldn't start at that time, but we are starting now. Rest assured, we are starting now. And of course, I have two of my colleagues, in fact, Julius J from OKFM and Augustine Sa from Truth FM. Julius, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Sabo. Good morning.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, good morning, Sabo. Good morning to everybody else following across the country. We hope to have quite a time here. And as always.
Okay, that's good. Augustine, good morning.
Thank you, Saba. Good morning, and good morning to the peace-loving people of Liberia. And of course, it's indeed a great moment to be here again.
Okay, so still expect Kelvin Danny from Prime FM and Clarence Jackson also from OKFM. So we're still expecting two of our colleagues from those stations. But the interview will be carried, will be relayed by OKFM, Prime FM, and Truth FM. Also, it's on LNTV live, so you can put your television on to watch and listen to what we're about to discuss. We have as guest the Minister of Deputy Minister rather for Fiscal Affairs of the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, Samora Wolokolie. Mr. Minister, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Sabo. And good morning to Augustine. Cheers. Welcome. Good morning.
But thank you. Good morning.
Okay, and also we have Waka Fufana. He's the Deputy Minister for Technical Services at the Ministry of Information. Mr. Fufana, welcome.
Well, thank you, Sabra. I'm happy to be here this morning, along with a colleague, a brilliant colleague with whom I've interacted for many, many years prior to his ascendancy to the current level. But I'm also glad to be across the table with some of Liberia's brilliant and most independent journalists, the likes of Julius, Augustine, and all of that.
Okay.
So I'm glad to be here.
Good. So, gentlemen, basically we are here for that should have been 4 hours, but it's this system as 4 hours.
Yeah, that's the 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. So 12 o'clock will be out of here. And so let's begin. This interview basically is about looking at the many achievements of the president. And of course, it comes just 3 days to the runoff. Let me begin with you, Boyka. Or let me begin with the Deputy Minister of Finance, Samora Wolokolie. Mr. Minister, we got 3 days to go to the runoff, and while we are, getting ourselves prepared for the runoff, we just heard about the release of the MCC scorecards. What does it say? What does the result from that scorecard? What does it say, considering the argument that this government hasn't done sufficiently well, especially in the areas of the economy, the areas of the rule of law, and so forth? What's your analysis? First, let's begin on this note.
Thank you. So the announcement of the results of the MCC scorecard is an affirmation of excellent performance of the government of Liberia. We all know very well that in Liberia, most times the public and private citizens in the country tend to pay attention to what someone independent, or at least someone perceived to be independent, has got to say about a particular event. So today, if they are creating media houses, they are creating journalists, it will be absorbed if that grading system is about Sober George and Sober George himself come up and start to announce that I am the best journalist in the country. In fact, when it comes to radio broadcasting, I am the one you have to look up to. We call that beating your own horns. It is respected though, especially if the exceptions that Sober has made are representations of the fact, but it kings and attracts more attention. If, for instance, somebody from the BBC came and said, I went to Liberia and I interacted with many journalists. And for me, journalist Sober George stands out the best. Many persons pay attention to that. Why am I bringing this up? Many a times we come up on the radio or we are asked questions regarding our performances as a country and in different areas of the society. We speak, and for us, we believe that whatever we have said are representations of the fact. How do we get those utterances validated? The MCC compact is a brilliant opportunity. They have done an evaluation of the Liberian government, regardless of who managed the steward of affairs and activities of that government. This MCC scorecard graded the government of President Sirleaf. This same MCC scorecard graded the performance of President Weah. And we look at the situation in the effect thereof, just for the public to just have an understanding about what the MCC scorecard is all about. It's important to just show a few highlights on it and the importance of it. So basically, it's a program that was established by the United States government with the intention to promote economic growth and poverty reduction in developing countries. The MCC basically provides large-scale grants to eligible countries that meet specific criteria related to good governance, economic freedom, and investment in their citizens. Each year, the MCC evaluates eligible countries based on a set performance indicators in three main categories, namely ruling justly, investing in people, and encouraging economic freedom. These indicators measure various aspects such as control of corruption, civil liberties, primary educational spending, health expenditure, fiscal policies. The countries that perform well in these indicators are eligible to receive MCC funding. The MCC compact is basically a 5-year agreement between MCC and the country that outlines specific projects and programs to be implemented with the funding. The compact aims to address specific challenges and constraints identified by the country, such as infrastructure development, agricultural productivity, or access to clean water. I thought to highlight these so that the public will get to understand the benefits of enrolling and having a pass criteria regarding the MCC. Liberia, under President Weah, performed and made a pass. For the first time under President Weah, that pass was last year. And Liberia scored 12. That's 12 out of 20 different indicators. This year, again, in the last few days when the news broke out, Liberia improved on its performance. and made another pass. I'd like to address a major issue. So let me come there before you. I see parading. Maybe I should address it before you come.
No, before you address it, because you are laying the basis, and this question is related to the basis. So we will start looking at grading from 2019, because you came to power in 2018, and what you did in 2018 comes up in the following years. So 2019, 2020. You passed 8 out of 20, 2021, 2022, you passed 9 out of 20 indicators. And that means that you were failing. What was happening? Were you not paying attention to it? Or you were just not meeting it?
You just didn't do too well. And what could be responsible? We admit to that failure. And of course, we've gone on major shows and have outlined some of the challenges that have happened. We talk about the fact that the government of Nigeria, under President Weah, inherited a broke economy. I explained that scenario about the broke economy pronounced by President George Weah at the State of the Nation address when he took over in 2018, and a rebuttal of President Salif when she met 350 million in the country's reserve. We made a deep analysis of those claims.
Well, these issues are not necessarily about broke. No, some of the indicators are not about inheriting a broke economy. For example, gender in the economy, land rights, and access that you're feeling in 2019, regulatory quality, trade policy, government effectiveness, rule of law, health expenditures, natural resource protection, child health. These are not necessarily financial issues.
I can tell you that all of these, not just some, all linked and has a trickle-down effect on the brokenness of the economy. All of these things that you're talking about have to be financed. When you talk about gender, it has to be financed. When you talk about land rights, there has to be legislation that goes into place. You have to pay lawyers. So that's about general governance. This is general governance issues. All of these, for instance, take for example, a country has a development plan. That development plan is costed. The cost of that development plan, for instance, the PAPD is costed around 4 billion. So if the country had not raised 4 billion in the specific period that the PAPD is supposed to be implemented, obviously there are bound to be some frictions in there. So all of these things, when you talk about finance and development planning, you're talking about agriculture, you're talking about infrastructure, you're talking about integrity and transparency, you're talking about human rights issues, you're talking about judicial reforms, you're talking about just the entire spectrum that boosts the activity of the general governance issues of the country. All of those indicators in the MCC scorecard, if the fiscal space is tempered with and does not have the required resources to deal with those particular issues, you are bound to have issues and have concerns. So if you don't address the fiscal concerns of the country, and for me, fiscal policy is a very key indicator that drives a lot of those activities in the reform government.
Let me come to Buakai on the next question. So I've also noted from 2019 to 2022, when we were considered failed, you were passing two very important indicators that are required to be passed. Even if you passed 18, you did not pass those two, it would be difficult for you to get a compact. Control of corruption and democratic rights. How come, if you have been passing control of corruption from 2018 to 2022, including the 2 years that you passed, and your government has been lambasted again and again for corruption? Because if I go to the definition of what control of corruption is, and your government hasn't been able to stand up to some of the reports that also come from the very US about your government being corrupt and all of that. How do you explain it?
And that is the level of contradiction, and it's important. I mean, I'm glad now that we have some of the protagonists of these criticisms on our side and attempting to explain some of the governance progress that we've made over the years. But firstly, before I get to that question, let me just talk about what the MCC is, because a lot of people out there, this broadcast has been relayed by several stations. So the MCC, the Honorable Minister attempted to explain that. So the MCC is the U.S. government program, basically that intends to give aid to several countries, developing countries, some of them in Africa, some of them, in Asia and other places. But basically, the American president at the time, which was George Bush, decided that it should be tied to some sort of good governance indicator. Before then, they were just using USAID and giving out grants to countries, some of which they didn't meet. And at the time, they thought it was just based on politics. Some of these countries, they didn't meet all of the benchmarks for good governance and what have you. And so the Congress decided that we're going to go with what George Bush said. So ever since Liberia got on that program, 2006, 2007, 2008, Liberia essentially failed, all the way up to 2015 before we achieved compact. What that means is, in order to pass, there are 20 indicators. In order to pass, you must pass at least 10 of it. So Liberia was essentially getting sometimes 9, 8, a couple of points they got 10, and there was a point after you get 10 where you pass at the bare minimum, then you apply for the MCC grant, and so they got the grant in 2015. But on a couple of days ago, what we got is the highest score that Liberia has ever gotten. So if you count, maybe the mathematician can think about it.
Both last year and this year.
Both last year and this year.
The highest ever.
So if the highest ever, by the way. So in 2023 scorecard, we got 12 out of 20 indicators. And in 2024, we got 14. So it's becoming progressive. If you notice, we're moving upwards. So this, I heard a lot of people saying, let's focus on the propaganda and all of it. I mean, let's focus on the government elections and we can get to the MCC. But this is about the government's
Do you see a reflection within the lives of the people?
So I'm going to get to that shortly. For many years, the folks have peddled this lie that the president or the government of Liberia, Honorable President was not practicing good governance. They didn't have the level of sophistication. They hadn't employed quote unquote professionals and all of that. And as a result, they were not meeting a lot of international benchmarks and what have you. But the MCC scorecard in the last 2 years has invalidated those arguments because unlike the U.S. State Department, which is basically what will give gradings of government based on what the U.S. policy is. This group is an independent group. The MCC is an independent group that gathers its data from international institutions such as the Brookings Institution, the World Bank, the IMF, Chatham House. So all of these different places. Let me
on the control of corruption indicator. I just want to come to this point that according to the MCC, the indicator is an index combining a subset of 24 different assessments and surveys depending on availability, each of which receives a different weight depending on its estimated precision and country coverage. The control of corruption indicator draws on data as applicable from the country policy and institutional assessments of the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Afrobarometer Survey, the World Bank's Business Environment and Enterprise Performance Survey, the Bertelsmann Foundation's Bertelsmann Transformation Index, the Economist Intelligence Unit's Country Risk Service, the University of Gothenburg's European Quality of Government Index, Transparency International's Global Corruption Barometer Survey, the World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Report, Global Integrity's African Integrity Index, previously known as the Global Integrity Index, the Gallup World Poll, Freedom House's Nation in Transit, Freedom House's Countries at the Crossroads, the International Fund for Agricultural Development's Rural Sector Performance Assessments, the Latino Barometer's True Survey, Political Economic Risk Consultancies Corruption in Asia, Political Risk Services International Country Risk Guide, Vanderbilt University America's Environmental Survey, the Institute for Management and Development's World Competitiveness Yearbook, Varieties of Democracies Corruption Index, the French Government's Institutional Profiles Database, RHS Marquette's World Economic Service, and the World Justice Project's Rule of Law Index. But the reason I'm bringing all of this is if they are drawing information from all of this, and I want you to go to the question, if you've been passing control of corruption, as been stated by the MCC, why haven't you been able to stand up to these reports that label your government as incorrupt?
So that's the point I was making. I was going to get to that shortly. So, by the way, so the MCC uses several, three major categories: ruling justly, under which corruption is, economic freedom, and then investing in people. We've managed to do quite a lot in these different categories. Now we've gotten 14 out of 20 indicators. If you were grading that would be something around maybe 80 or so percentage point. So it's unfortunate that the previous government that was in power and the finance minister, who basically should be driving the country's fiscal policy at the time, will be hypocritically attempting to criticize what he himself didn't achieve. Because under the new leadership of His Excellency President Weah, we wanted to achieve quite a lot. So the Americans are saying that quite contrary to all of the different criticism, what is said on Spoon TV, what is said on social media, what is said in the different, some of the different Atty shops and what have you, this is not what is happening in Liberia. Mm-hmm. Liberia under President Weah is a model of good governance. That's what the Americans are saying through the MCC. Now, to the question that Julia specifically asks, why will Liberia be, because we've made quite a number of transformation as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. Before 2017, there were a lot of different scandals and what have you reported. And unfortunately, maybe we didn't do quite a lot as of 2018 with, media and our different narratives out there. Which is what maybe the Unity Party government is credited with, because some of the times they will frame their excesses and all of that, and people will think that nothing is happening. Mm-hmm. But the scale of corruption that existed under the Unity Party government, I like to call them really wholesale corruption, because they were not talking about petty cash. We're not talking about minor regulatory processes, excesses, and what have you. These people were talking billions or millions of dollars. For instance, the whole oil company, Lucar, collapsed under them. That was a $100 billion company. They had a company called Elemento. It came to the country. It just got $120 million contract. How they got it? Zero knowledge of, from a lot of the different pundits in the sector. They didn't know how the company got that contract. Another thing is 66. Remember there was a point in Liberia about you say, we got I think $60 billion concession agreements and what have you. People were making declarations that they're coming to Liberia, whether it was people in the oil palm industry, the iron ore and what have you. There were a lot of different declarations as of 2006 all the way to 2013. But most of the things they didn't materialize. Most of these companies left Liberia in the end. Whether it's BHP Billiton or the Western Cluster or all of these different companies, they just came to Liberia on shady contracts. Billions of dollars left this country under the Unity Party regime. There was an international report done by Mo Stevens. It said that out of the 66 concession agreement, almost 98% was done fraudulently. So that is what we had to deal with. Under President Weah, on the other hand, we've managed to strengthen the Liberian institution that is responsible for the fight against corruption. The LACC now has one of the strongest mandates in Africa. There's no other institution that has the mandate, maybe one or two.
So then I will take you to the concessions agreement you talked about. Mm-hmm. Those agreements are subject to revision. What has the government done?
those agreements are subjected to revisions.
Right.
But that's exactly the revision that we all. I mean, firstly, you got to start with the public. We're looking at those different things. These things were passed by the 53rd National Legislature, and so you, the journalist,
and I ask you this question because your government, there are key officials of your government that were in that government. You have the Speaker who was member of the 52nd, the 53rd. That was part of the passage of those concessions. You also have the president who was also a senator in 2015, 2016, that also sat in plenary, and those concessions were passed. So I'm asking you as to, like you said, the concessions did not meet the international standards.
Just before Dr. Wolokolie comes in,
your government done to have them reviewed?
Just before Dr. Wolokolie comes in, concessions are now reviewed and undone in that fashion when it is passed by the national legislature.
I'm speaking to you as a legislative reporter. That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. So are you saying that I'm wrong when I say that you cannot undo a concession that's been passed and signed into law by the president?
No, I'm asking you because you recognize that some of the concessions were not.
What would be the process of undoing those concessions?
You got to tell me.
No, you said you're a legislative reporter. So basically, what I'm saying is, these reports, these concessions were passed into law by the previous administration. If we had come to power and started, undoing those concessions were done fraudulently. And guess who was sitting at the head of the Senate at the time? It was Joseph Wolokolie. So he was at the head of the Senate. He was the president of the Senate. And 98% of the concessions agreements, according to an independent audit, was done fraudulently. But to Julius J's question about corruption, Liberia has been doing quite well. He specifically asked why we're getting these international, different international reviews. So the MCC is done by independent, they get their indicators from different independent and global organizations. He just went through a whole list of them, several of them, more than dozens of them. And what we had I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, was something from the U.S. State Department. So it's not from the MCC. The MCC
I get it, and my question is, if you're rated by different institutions, independent ones, as doing well in the control of corruption, and other institutions internationally, like the U.S. government, are labeling your government as being corrupt, why couldn't you stand up to it? That's the question. Because you have something here that shows that you're doing well in combating corruption.
But what we don't
others are saying.
But we don't control those systems, because those people have, the U.S. government, for instance, has its own system. The Global Magnitsky Act, which I think is what you want to talk to, was established quite a while ago. And this is not because of Liberia, which is unfortunately what some of our folks in the opposition will have the public believe. It was not specifically established because of Liberia. This is a new policy that the U.S. government decided to pursue, and it pursues it in all other countries. There's been a lot of different sanctions, whether in Guinea, in the Asian countries, or in Europe and what have you. We've seen a number of sanctions
coming up. Combated corruption.
Come on, man. That's such a broad question, and it's because we've talked a lot about how we fight corruption. So for you to come to that, come back to that point, of course we fight corruption.
Mr. Fofana, let me take it back. According to the MCC scorecard, you've done significantly well, right, in fighting corruption. But I'm sure our people want to know what are those efforts you made, especially the reforming the LACC, the IAA, the GAC, for which you earned the scores you earned.
So President Weah's administration is one of the first administrations in many years, I think in several decades, that when it came to power in 2019, I heard Julius asking about 2019, they called a major conference of major stakeholders in the sector that are fighting corruption to basically ponder on what exactly needs to be done as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. We've never had such a meeting before. So when that meeting was called, there were a lot of different suggestions. One of the suggestions basically was to ensure that the LCC has, gets some major powers, the powers to prosecute, for instance, that we do not have to wait for the Ministry of Justice, which could be subjected to political influence and all of that. So those were some of the suggestions that were made, and the president incorporated those suggestions when he proffered the LCC Act, the new LCC Act, to the National Legislature, which was signed into law. And it is on that basis that we have the 7 new commissioners of the LCC. Can you imagine a sitting president doesn't have the ability to dismiss LCC commissioners? Can you imagine? And then gives them absolute power to the extent that they can arrest any public official? This is unprecedented. That is contained in the new act. And they have an extensive tenure that the president cannot just arbitrarily decide, I'll let the thing the man do it. I will fire you. The president is saying you can go ahead. In fact, he stated that following the announcement of NEC results at the CDC headquarters. He said the LCC has my blessing, and they can go out and prosecute. And we're going to continue the extensive support we're giving them. For instance, we know that currently now the GSC has updated its audit report. Before then, most of the audit report of the GSC used to be declared, and he will talk about that, at qualify or qualify. Basically, it means that the system was so bad off that it did not have anything to audit. I'm talking about the consolidated account. The consolidated account is where all the different government revenue can go to. That system was so bad off under the Unity Party government that the GSC never even has something correct to audit. Now they've brought that audit up to speed. They've made it current. So unlike before, where we used to have audit backlogs of 2-3 years, now we have the audit system is so current. But it's not just the GSC, it's also the IAA, the internal auditors that are assigned at the different institutions. All of those people are being empowered. So those are some of the things we're doing to fight corruption. That is why we're getting this high score.
Okay, let's come back to Samora on given this result of the MCC 2 years in a row. What does it say? Are you going to push for a compact? We know getting a second compact can be even more difficult. A whole lot of countries compete, but the fact that you've done better than all the countries in the sub-region, including Ghana, are you going to push for a compact? And if so, what is it going to be concentrated on?
Thank you. Okay, so I want to make that clarifications about, are you in the public? All right, you passed MCC scorecard. You scored 12 out of 20
and 14 out of 20.
No, the first time. You scored 12 out of 20. Where is the 300 million? Meaning you're supposed to benefit from the compact after passage. But not many persons do not know that even after you have passed, you have to make an application for the compact. Even if the compact had been agreed or the application had been granted, and the board had agreed to give you the money, it doesn't come 2 days after the board agrees. It comes maybe a year or 2 after. And I want you to track back when the UP government passed the MCC scorecard. The date of the application to the board, meeting criteria set for eligibility of fund. Check the date of the approval of the board, and check the date of the disbursement of the first dime. It is a bit of a protracted time to have that done. So there is not an automaticity or an abruptness in the disbursement of funds. It's important to know that. So when we won and passed the MCC scorecard in last year, the government of Liberia made no application for the grant. Why? Our anticipation was we wanted to firm on a very strong foundation We wanted to pass back to back. We wanted to make a huge pass. We wanted to make the disbursement assessment much easier. We wanted to allow the board to realize that, hey, Liberia previously passed 12, and comparing Liberia's performance over the last time it passed and comparing that with other countries, Liberia has done better. Liberia again has come back and made another pass, but again with a progressive effect. This progressive effect, we believe that now that we have made a pass of 14 out of 20, representing the highest score of Liberia on the MCC scorecard, giving a comparative analysis of Liberia and other countries in the region, we believe that this provides a very strong and fundamental base.
So do you know
for a request
or what you want a new compact to concentrate on? Because the last one was about electricity, all of that. Do you know what you want a new compact to concentrate on, given all of the difficulties in the country, the challenges?
Yeah, the minister had made a pronouncement at the press brief on the next day on the passage of the MCC scorecards. And let me just welcome on there. Thank you.
You are not the one to welcome. You're not the host of the show. The host will welcome him. So you can go ahead.
I want to welcome on there. It's nice to see you.
He's not even welcome.
Yeah, no, he's not even allowed to say anything. He was officially welcoming. How you can be a stranger in someone's house?
Your presence here gets my spirit emitted.
Welcome here.
Let's go back to them.
It shows a solidarity. I mean, we get to that point. So we talk about endorsements and all of that. It shows very good solidarity, and I'm very humble. Humble brother. So the
guys on television.
Yeah, we know that. We know that. So the minister had outlined those things at the press conference. He talked about infrastructure, putting more money into roads. He also talked about
what are we looking at? 500 million? I think it's all the way around there.
Yes, normally the request, the whole package would be about 500. Sometimes when you make an application, you don't get all 500. You get a disbursement. But the other party, in their application, when they apply, they did not even get all the amounts that was due. And we know there may be reasons why those things happen. Yes, they passed the MCC scorecard. They got a disbursement. They got the disbursement at passing number 10, 10 out of 20. They got the disbursement. So if they were supposed to give you 500 million and you got about a little over 200 million of the 500, expecting a disbursement of the remaining amount to sum up to 500 million. And since then, that was around 2014, I think 2014 or 2015 to 2023. Since then, it hasn't come. It says something. It says something, and we'll go into that. If we had an agreement, we signed an agreement of 500 million. 200 plus of that 500 million came because the agreement had duties and responsibilities. We're supposed to do this before we get that. If you did not do this, you don't get that. Now, and after that period in 2015, in 2016, ask for the score. Ask for the score in 2017.
I have everything here.
So you know that the score in 2016 and 2017 was not impressive. And up to them.
Now, these things too, apart from passing, require other backdoor channel lobbying.
Not only other backdoor channel lobbying, also require backdoor channel lobbying, and also require accountability. And accountability of the amount that has been disbursed to you first. So other processes in that.
There's a possibility that you may not win a second term, and another government, the Unity Party government, could win and use this as the springboard to getting that compact.
It is. I don't want to go far with that, Julius. It is extremely unlikely for the CDC government to not win a second term it means that you are able to fly to Jerusalem.
It is highly likely that you know because there are two people in the race, and the Labrampo could decide
government to now win. Let me end this thought.
Especially for a race in the first round that was balanced when it raised us 700,000 plus votes.
Continue talking to us. I said that to learn this thought. I hope you give me time to learn it.
Yeah,
are you listening?
We have enough time.
Thank you. For a CDC government to now win a second term, it means that you are able to fly to Israel, Jerusalem, go to the Dead Sea, catch a living fish, and bring it for us to eat pepper soup.
Let's take it back to the 500. Let's take it back to the 500.
If you're able to go and catch a living fish from the Dead Sea and bring it here and cook pepper soup, only way the CC government will not win the second term.
Let's
so, gentlemen, let me just welcome Menepeka Dumo. Welcome to the program. Officially.
Yeah, officially. Come closer here.
Yeah, share the microphone. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay. That's good. Now, let me go to Boyaka, Mr. Minister.
Yeah.
Basically, we are looking at some of the major achievements made by President Weah. Our people are listening. This program is highly relayed by several stations. We want to just bring us up to speed with infrastructure. What were some of the major gains? Let's talk about roads and electricity. But first, let's look at roads.
Sabah.
Yes.
So, please. Just before you come in, you talked about there are reasons why perhaps the Unity Party government did not get maybe half of the 500 million applied for. He, as a sitting government, did he sort out as to what are some of the reasons why they were unable to get, if not all of the 500 millions, half of the 500 million?
Yeah, basically, we know exactly what the reasons are. Very exactly what the reasons are. Minister Wolokolie was Minister of Finance for the MCC scorecard. The government won the Millennium Challenge and scored in the pass mark. During his regime as Minister of Finance, and when Mr. Vice President Joseph Blacker was Vice President of the country, they received and signed a $500 million grant for the MCC scorecard, for the passage of the MCC scorecard. Okay. The economy fell to zero under Wolokolie.
Yeah.
Our growth rate dropped to zero
2014,
and also went negative, not just zero, it pulled down to negative. We had a negative growth rate on Wolokolie. And I'll tell you what, and I give you the analysis. I listened to him some other time on the radio justifying that the economy was booming and moving to 7%. That was a lie. The Liberian economy never moved anywhere to 7% on Wolokolie or any government in the Republic of Liberia. That was a lie. And we challenged that minister to provide an independent report, because we all read the IMF report, we all read the World Bank report and all of those things. We all read the Electoral report, and most of them have synergies. The reports are aligned, they say similar things. If the growth rate is different, that growth will have maybe an astronomical a very minute difference of maybe 0.00 or 1% difference in terms of that growth. Liberia's growth rate has always been around 3%, 3.5%. It is now that we are projecting, and not the World Bank, the IMF, the international community, those integrous institutions are projecting that economy is expected to grow by 4%. So we must denounce, and we call on him to denounce that assertion that Liberia expressed and had a growth rate of around 7% under his stewardship as Minister of Finance.
Okay, so
I'm not done. He asked a question about the MCC and why do we think that the government of Liberia did not receive the rest of the other money. And I need to address that. So, the economy fell flat. He gave an excuse of Ebola on people. Ebola affected West Africa, Liberia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Ghana, some other countries, Nigeria, and one of them. In fact, we Liberia took Ebola to Nigeria. And the staff that took Ebola to Nigeria was staff of Wolokolie. Peace be to his axis. Everyone's good friend, a big brother. We are saying, if you compare a regional crisis to a global crisis, I'm comparing now Ebola and COVID. On us, we had COVID. COVID affected the whole world. Global prices of commodities dropped. There became insufficiency and countries' economies got hit, including Liberia. But interestingly, when COVID hit here, we raised more revenue than any other time in previous crises, like when Ebola hit the country. The analogy I'm giving, the growth that was projected by Minister Coney was a fictitious growth. What do I mean? A growth that had no solid macroeconomic fundamentals. A growth that relied heavily upon the over $100 million that was invested in this country by the presence of oil. A growth that had real estates in some sectors of the society growing in revenue because oil was present. Today, when we speak about economic growth, we speak about raw solid data that has to do with the growth that comes as a result of you, Liberian citizens, making payments of your hard-earned resources in taxes to the government of Liberia.
So at what level have you expanded?
Honourable Minister Coney, Liberia experienced budget shortfall. We experienced a drop in domestic revenue on us. We are experiencing a growth in domestic revenue. Serious growth in domestic revenue. So when you ask the question about why Liberia did not receive, and I raised the issue, why Liberia did not receive the rest of the other amounts, because we failed in the subsequent year. And it was evident by the drop in the economy. So what happened? Basically, COVID simply exposed Samora.
Okay, now talking about that, it is important, since you mentioned him, this is what he wrote on yesterday. Issue fiscal management. The average fiscal deficit budget shortfall over 2018 to 2023 is about 4.0% of GDP, well above the average of 3.5% recorded during the 2012 to 2017 period when I was finance minister. What he is clearly saying is that you've had more budget shortfalls than we did when he was minister. Hold on. You actually believe that? Well, it is important to bring that up because there's something I wrote. So let me go for it. It is important to see when we pass the highest. He said so that it was essentially a failure.
Amara, nobody tells me that Amara is not an economist. He's an overgrown IT technician. Okay, so let me have no serious knowledge of economics.
The fiscal deficit or budget shortfall in 2023 may even exceed the 2.8% projected. When the economy experienced growth marked by better revenue performance in 2013 on our watch, there was a considerable improvement in our fiscal position as a government, and this was visible as the government could ably initiate actions to tackle the Ebola epidemic right from the start before calling on development partners to top up its efforts. Between 2012 and 2017, the UP government transparently reported revenue shortfalls but took appropriate actions to safeguard public finances and pension expenditures, including the payment of salaries and servicing public debt on time. The current CDC government under President Weah has falsely reported budget surpluses even after a recast of the budget due to revenue shortfalls. In fiscal years 2019, 2020, 2022, and even 2023, the CDC government has recorded revenue shortfalls, with the most recent in the amount of 11.2 million. This necessitated a recast budget of 1.4% below the original budget due to the shortfalls. The administration's failure to report budget shortfalls when they occur borders on a lack of credibility or transparency, which is bad governance. The CDC government continues to peddle falsehoods that they have done more for the country in 6 years than the UP government did for the country in 12 years. This is completely erroneous.
I don't even think. Let me address that now, Julius. No serious economist writes like that. And that's why I refer to him. He's not an economist. And I will tell you how he should have written that. No serious economist writes like that. He is, and I repeat, an overgrown IT technician and not an economist. Not an accountant, not an economist, not a minister of finance. Anybody can be minister of finance. I can take anybody. Julius can make, yes. Nothing required for a minister of finance. You don't know that? The president can take you, Julius, and make you minister of finance. Anybody. You saw any requirement for a minister of finance that he must be an economist, he must be an IT expert, or he must be a seasoned banker? You saw any requirement? Anybody can be minister of finance. Anybody.
It's not true that you aren't reporting shortfalls.
So let me tell you how Amara should have written that statement. Mm-hmm. A serious economist will not say 20% or 2% of GDP and leave it like that. He will tell us the amount that accumulates to that 2% of GDP.
Why is it important?
It's important because anybody can just jump on and just make a comment. First of all, what do you know the amount of the GDP is? You don't even know the amount of GDP. Somebody just remember, just have funny thing to do in different environments. Just talk. The Liberia economy is 10% of GDP. What is the GDP amount before you know what 10% is? What does that even communicate to you? Average growth rate is about 4% of GDP. What does it tell you? What do you understand for it? Do you understand anything from that thing I was reading?
What is Liberia?
I want to know what Liberia's GDP is. I want to know what is the percentage of the growth of GDP and what is the dollar amount of that percentage of GDP.
And that was I was about.
That's exactly
5 million, 50 million.
That's exactly what an economist, in a tone, in the serious sense of an economist, write. So that's not it. Let's get back to the point. The point we want to stress is, if you went and had a situation where the budget, what do you think in the essence the recast may even be possible? Or why should we even have a recast in the first place? A recast happens for two reasons, out of two reasons. Either the projection of the government in terms of the revenue collection was over-realized or was under-realized. Sometimes some government they didn't go about to do any recast. So in the case of Minister Kone, when he operated the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, he did not go for a recast. He had the situation after the budget performed in a particular way. The budget performance revealed that revenue that were projected were not realized. Hence, budget shortfall. Budget shortfall is just simply saying we had projected 20 million in revenue, for instance, and 20 million we provided in revenue, we got 10 or we got 15. Meaning the differential between what was projected and what was realized was a shortfall. So that difference will be a shortfall. So that we end up the whole in surplus.
And we'll go to the other issue. So that we end up with the MCC.
Yeah, if you collected more, then you had a surplus.
There is something else I noticed in the MCC scorecard, and since you were
you finished. But
it is important. So, for example, in 2013, in 2013, what is GNR per capita I'm asking this question because when I look through the MCC scorecard with my very critical eyes, I see in 2013 the GNR per capita was. Let me go back. GNR.
And complicate matters. I'm seeing here the authoritative Financial Times, right? Right, April 8, 2016. Liberia's finances look rocky. The country's finance ministry predicts a 70 million shortfall. This finance minister is bragging on Facebook.
Wolokolie.
Yes.
Then you come for discussion.
He was in charge of affairs.
They know who the real economists are.
He was in charge of affairs.
That man is regulated by no professional body from nowhere.
Look at even the highest shortfall on
That's loose stock. That's
there
what
was a time when this senator's own countryman, Senator then pro tem Amazulu Chala, is reported in the BBC as saying that the Senate was compelled to jail AMK for its reckless management of the fiscal house. They were so enraged. He was illegally cutting people's salaries in order to make a dig hole cover hole. At least the CDC government wrote out, they had legislative working sessions. They laid out the harmonization policy, the build stakeholder a consensus around it. I remember political parties were concerned.
So why are you saying that he doesn't have the more
on the question of good governance? The finance minister arbitrarily just took a pen and shaved off people's salaries. I'm not talking freehand. Amazulu Jala, his own countryman, spoke to the BBC and said the Senate was compelled to jail Wolokolie for cowboy economics.
Even the legislature knew that Wolokolie was an incompetent finance minister. Okay. Now, he only had that position because of his close intercourse with other solutions.
Okay, now coming to this GNR per capita in the 2013 MCC scorecard, it says Liberia's GNI per capita, the population was 4.1 million, was $240. In 2023, in the 2024 report, it puts the GNI per capita to $680. My population is 5.3. What does GNI per capita mean? And in 2013, it was $240. Today, it says $180. What does that mean?
GNI is basically the gross national input. Is that it?
Okay. So does it mean it is performing better now than before?
Obviously, Julius. Yes, all of the economic indices of Liberia have pointed all the reports. So sometimes when I hear people talking, I think maybe because the government did not do a lot in blowing its own horns. And we like that. We think that the performance of this government.
Okay, so let me just go there. The gross national income per capita is the dollar value of a country's final income in a year divided by its population using Atlas methodology. So it's like all the money the country got divided by everybody in the country. So in 2013, it means all the money divided by all of us, 4%.
Is that not a gross per capita income?
No. Gross national income.
Oh, it's gross national income. So what's the gross per capita income? I mean, what's the per capita income of a country?
What GDP per capita?
The GDP per capita, the gross domestic product.
It has produced commodities. Yeah, everything produced. But this one is the money that the country get.
No, but it is don't get it. You can't discuss these things in isolation.
Let us not confuse our listeners.
No. It is not confusing. This is important. No, it is not confusing them. If the gross national,
I have a responsibility to break it down. To break it down. That's what I do. I lecture.
It's an economist.
So let's get to the real issue. Some of these technical jargons, they confuse the public and then they get disinterested. So let's get to some of the real issues.
We have the real issues. No, it is important. If it was 240, if each person in the country, out of all the country members, that 240 to each person, and now it is 600 plus. It doesn't mean you are doing better.
What does it tell you, Julius?
You need to say.
So it does not mean that each person in the country is having $600. It means that it is the resources of the country was to be distributed as if you are having everybody having a share of the national income of the country. Just gross national income of the country, it means everybody in Liberia will be capable of having that. So that means progress is being made. Interestingly, yes. Economically. But of course, Julius, that is. But the point is, the economy doesn't work that way. Okay. If we invest, for instance, in the RRA highway that is currently going on today, then it means 40 million of that amount of gross national income have been extracted to deal with the popular goods of the people. And this is the CDC manifesto. Purple for the people. If the IRA road is fixed, Julius will ride on it with his keke. I will ride on it with my back. Amara will ride on it with Escalade. But yes, I get Escalade. Why you want me Amara?
No. But I just wanted to come in here. Yeah. Julius, I looked at the numbers, the GNI. Mm-hmm. You see a steady progress. So that in 2020, Liberia GNI per capita was $600. Mm-hmm. This is in the post.
And in 2013, it was 240. No, in 2014, it was I think around there too.
No. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Let's compare apples to apples, not apples to oranges. In the 2013 context, if we look at year on year, mm-hmm. you will not see growth between 2013 and 2014, largely because you had the Ebola mess. Mm-hmm. This is post COVID economic recovery story now we're telling. Mm-hmm. When you take, it is fraudulent to take today's GNI number, compare it to 2013 GNI number. 2013 was at the beginning of the second half of the United Party second term.
That is when he was finance minister. That's why we should be performing.
Let me look at how George Weah's government has been steadily growing out of the problems that was caused with COVID. So that in 2020, GNI per capita was $600. By the time you got to 2021, it shot up to $630. Mm-hmm. The next year after that, which is 2022, is $680. So you see steady progress. By next year, you'll probably be doing $780. Mm-hmm. So you can say that this arrow is pointed where? Upward. What the function of the GNI is to give you a sense of the size of the economy. Mm-hmm. That's why it reflects that if you were to divide up all of the money, each person will be able to get an appreciable amount. Doesn't mean this money was being put into people's pockets. No, which is the effect an ordinary mind will have on an ordinary.
Okay, so technically it's put into people's pockets. Let me show you how. Mm-hmm. I'm supposed to make a payment for a vehicle that will be damaged because of planning on RIA road that wasn't fixed, or Johnsonville road. Right. That road is fixed. I've reduced maintenance costs on my Escalade. Amara has reduced maintenance costs on his Escalade. I was supposed to pay wise fees for 10 children living in my community, including my children. I'm not going to pay because this gross national income is being distributed for the masses of the people, mm-hmm. not even understanding who channels that is. The president doesn't know, Augustine, that your son is in high school and is writing words this year. Julius, the president didn't know your daughter is writing words this year. He did not discriminate. Over $40 million have been spent to pay for words across the period. This is a part of that national income. This income is directed to the ordinary paid masses of the people. Mm-hmm. And that woman or man who sits in an environment, who even does not support President Weah, who did not vote for President Weah, in the bottom of their hearts, they appreciate him. So for a minister of finance,
a partisan minister,
who was privileged to occupy a position as minister of finance, only because of his close intercourse with the former president, should be appreciative that he even occupied that position. He was not the best or the most qualified person. He wasn't. Ebola exposed Amara fictitious numbers of the economic growth of the country. Yeah. Today, and I give that comparison. Even with COVID affecting the rest of the world, our economic growth has gone up. We have a number projecting. Then how come something that affected just West Africa, or even the management of Ebola did a little bit better, But if you compare the management of Ebola and that of COVID, you take better.
But Julius,
we can just close upon this. How do you compare the two? How do you do that?
Before then, gentlemen, let me officially welcome Rufa Bengur.
You do that.
I thought I'd been the fire.
No, Rufa is here.
I just want to.
Let's share this one. Let's share that one.
Yeah, guys, I just want to.
How can we be so different? Welcome the other man.
Rufa, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to join. Two ladies here.
One there behind Julius.
Oh, okay.
One behind the camera.
Okay, she's hidden behind Julius. She was now conspicuous enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to join with you. Such a great concourse of some of the brilliant minds, the intellectuals in the country are to expound upon the progress and successes of the president's government and to make the case for the re-election of the president. And to also be in the midst of Julius and his colleagues, one of the towering young journalists of our time. So it's a great pleasure to be here. And I have been listening from the very genesis of the show up to this point. Okay. I must give it up to my colleagues here, members of the Electoral movement, our great friend, Mr. Dumont. And we'll be looking forward to see where we can chime in vis-a-vis the subject matter and the discussion. But I have listened to subject matter experts, and I think they have elucidated quite well. And as well as try to hammer down the message to the people. So it's great to be here. Let's chime in at the point where it's
yeah, sure. We'll come to you.
Let's just but there was a point I wanted to make about I wanted to tie it into the good governance indicator. You know that you mentioned the MCC, and we just wanted to talk. Julius asked earlier about how is it that we didn't perform as much in 2019, and we started performing very well following that. It was because of the level of transition. Firstly, the 2018 indicators were from 2017. So that was the previous government. And so by 2019, we had all these false narratives about what was happening in Liberia, and people were talking about how the governance system is bad and what have you. But also there were genuine that there was 16 billion, which was essentially the biggest lie that Liberia has ever had. There was some 16 billion missing. So it sort of affected because there was all kinds of different international headlines being made as a result of that. It turns out to be a big lie. The U.S. government validated that through different core report. That's the group I wanted to mention. And all of that. So following that, we had COVID in 2020, and COVID affected somewhat the governance. But you heard the two speakers talk about the way we manage COVID. It was in such a brilliant manner, and this was contrary to all of the different things that the folks have said about how we're going to manage COVID. COVID not going to be X, Y, and Z and what have you, but they will manage it so brilliantly to the extent that we've been touted as one of the top 10 countries that manage COVID in Africa really well under the leadership of His Excellency President George M. Weah. So following that, we started to increase our governance indicator under the MCC. But then you were talking about the GNI. I just want to tell you how GNI has increased in Liberia. Since 2020, we've been increasing our percentage as far as, and GNI basically, the total level of government revenue divided by the population in the country is quite distinct from GDP per capita. GNI per capita is quite distinct from GDP per capita. So GDP per capita is basically the total goods and services in the country divided by the population, whereas GNI is totally the revenue in the country divided by the population. And since 2020, we've been increasing steadily that GNI level. So it's been 4% increase in 2020. Following that is 6%. Now 2022, we had 10% increase. What that demonstrates, and this is exactly the message we want the population to have, that President Weah, in addition to firstly scoring really high in the MCC scorecard, which is the U.S. government measurement of governance, it's the first time we've had a big number, 80%. The U.S. government is basically telling the Liberian people that President Weah is the best of all the leaders that they've been measuring as far as MCC scorecard is concerned. Better than than the previous administration. Better, the finance minister is better than Amara Kone, because basically the finance ministry drives the fiscal policy of the country.
Sure.
So they have said to us that under the leadership of President Weah, there's been no, we've passed fiscal policy. The last time we passed it one time in 2015 because, obviously we're getting compact at the time. But the last time we passed it was 2007. So 2007. So fiscal policy, basically how you collect money, how you dispense money, how you control it, all the different financial indicators and what have you. It is the Ministry of Finance that derived that. One of the criticisms we received, they basically say, the government of Liberia, is performing badly, the economy is going downhill, and they can call all these people, which is an indication that, firstly, those folks that support Joseph Boakai sort of think that they are more Liberian than the rest of the population, that the people that support George Weah aren't as Liberian enough to the extent that we'll call them these people. But even when the National Elections Commission stated that George Weah got the highest votes, they still have some of their ignorant folks out there talking about the vast majority of Liberian people wanted Joseph Boakai. How ignorant can you be? The vast majority of the Liberian people want George Weah, and that was indicated, by the number of people that voted for him. So the point I am making at the end of the day is that we're having steady governance progress. You were asking me about infrastructure.
Yes, infrastructure.
There's been no time in Liberia's history that we've had such massive, intentional development of Liberia's infrastructure than is happening now. Initially under President Ellen Johnson started in 2006, 2007. Basically, they were just talking about, we need to, we are setting up the poverty reduction strategy and this and that. Before we go to that, let's just end on the whole MCC
I want to punctuate our case, in terms of the economics. So to the listener out there, I want to know the truth. And you're being bombarded with lies from sophisticated storytellers like Amara Kone, who is very long on propaganda and short on substance. If you want to determine the actual state of the Liberian economy, I'll refer you to the World Bank. Read the overview. Let me just give you a summary, very short line. Liberia's economy, according to the World Bank, expanded by 4.8% in 2022, despite global headwinds from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, high global inflation, and depressed demand in advanced economies. The expansion was driven by mining and relatively good agricultural harvest, a testament to the agricultural policies, instituted by this government. Expansion in agriculture is what all development economists have advised for Liberia. The prescription is Liberia needs to win itself off of iron ore and this extractive sector and move toward agriculture. So you're not just witnessing growth, you're witnessing a different type of growth. Because even if ArcelorMittal expands its mining activities, it will impact the GDP. But that's not sustainable, because when iron ore prices go down, they will shrink that. But agriculture expansion is healthy expansion, is expansion that's long lasting. Yeah. So you're seeing here a real shift. And we've all played the politics. Some of us come from the opposition. And we're pissed off by Weah, we want him to go, but you can't fight the facts. You can't fight the facts. And let me remind Amara Mohammed Kone, when you're dividing up GNI, he was in charge of a smaller country. This is a 5 million, the population of 5 million. He was carrying a smaller load badly.
Almost 10 years later.
But that's a
okay, so let's welcome Julius Akame. Let's welcome Kelvin Demi. Kelvin just joined us from Prime FM.
Good morning.
Okay. So back to Boakai. Boakai, we're talking about infrastructure.
From Boakai, we'll go to infrastructure development, especially in the northern portion, and all of that.
So let Boakai continue.
And Wilfred's going to be, quite specific when he talked about when he starts to talk about.
Are you in the men's head to know?
No, because you specifically mentioned Nimba, all of those stuff. So I will leave it when he. The last time in Nimba, the man showed me how to eat GBA. Our eating GBA.
They don't like you using spoon. They can feel bad when you use spoon.
You know what I meant to me? The message, this will not be ethnocentric, you know.
So, Boga, let's talk about the roads and electricity.
You know, so I like to talk about the fact that President George Weah is quite keen on leaving a legacy.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, he's consistently said this. Now, if you have a leader who is keen on leaving a legacy, because there are some other leader who all of this thing about leadership is based on personal aggrandizement. They want the population to know that they are the president, they are the leader of the country. So it's like fulfilling a personal legacy. Whereas we have a leader, by the way, who's achieved all of the different international accolades. World Best Player, UN, Peace Ambassador, and all of that. And the moment he enters politics, he reached at the pinnacle in Liberia. Now, at this point, he's quite keen on ensuring that he leaves a legacy. I'd rather a leader who wants to leave a legacy. What that means is he wants to ensure that at the end of the day, when he leaves power, because the president has consistently said he's not going to be president of Liberia an inch of a day following 2029 or whatever the constitutional tenure ends for a two-term president. So an inch of that day is not going to be president beyond that day. But he wants to make sure that by the time he leaves power, people are going to say, oh, President, we are in power, this is what he did. So that is why you're seeing, even as we go for elections, look at the Robertson Road. It's being prepared, it's being fixed. Look at the PSP Park, it's being prepared. He hasn't stopped any of these different projects. The president has developed infrastructure across the country. Look at the different market buildings. All of the market, dozens of market buildings across the country. Whether you talk about the the one in Redler, how do they call it? The Gobacho Market, the Douala Market building, the Old Road, the Airfee, or dozens of market buildings across the country. He's also built hundreds of kilometers of roads. I know there's been a lot of arguments about whether or not he built more roads and X, Y, and Z and what have you. But the glaring fact that you cannot dispute is that he's built upwards of 300 to 400 kilometers of roads, and this is his first term, by the way. So while people talk about governance and what have you, this is a man who's been extremely dedicated to building infrastructure. He's put out our streets. Beautify our streets, ensure that they have street lights. They have also, other forms of beautification. But let's go to the Liberian Electricity Corporation. There's been no time that we've had such expansion of LEC than it is happening under President George Weah. And you can tell that this is a person who is quite dedicated to that. But look at the place he's laid. And this, I want to mention this because there's a unique feature. He lives in an environment where the former vice president lives. And, you can tell the stark difference. So there was a former vice president in that community. Nobody knows he lived there. But rehab now, when he talked about rehab looks like Miami, it truly looks like Miami because all of the different corridors are paved. I was coming this morning, I was late. I didn't have to go through the main road. I just had to go use one of the bypasses. And all of the bypasses in rehab are paved. All of the bypasses in rehab. You just need to open the lines and ask the rehab folks, what's happening in rehab? The former vice president barely, we heard from Costa, barely had lights at his home. What happened? And what that tells you, we're not here to denigrate the former vice president, but what we're here to tell you is basically how he managed himself. So this is the man claiming that he has such an ability to rescue Liberia. So if you have the ability to rescue the country, but you cannot manage a life of your own, like 2 years following managing with a $20 million budget, it says quite a lot. But also we heard from some of the confidants. The confidants have told us that the former vice president cannot even face his nephew and tell him, say, I don't trust you enough. That he got to go around his nephew to tell people that don't give money to his nephew. So this is a man who's supposed to manage the country. That he doesn't have the ability to exercise leadership and say, this person, I don't want this person in my midst.
Welcome.
So it says a lot.
Welcome.
So yeah,
his nephew has a secret about him.
Okay, so let me just go to. I just want to talk about all of the different infrastructure. I was talking earlier about Wifre. Wifre is going to talk about Nimba, but the generality I wanted to talk about Nimba is, if you talk about rural development, there's one county that's been the focus of the president's rural development, and that's Nimba County.
Okay,
he didn't matter. The president is glaring. Everybody knows that he's from the southeast. He's from the southeast. He's from Grand Coup. But even his folks, his people in Grand Coup have blamed him that he hasn't directed development to their county enough. the county that's benefited the most from the president's development is Nimba County.
Okay.
You know, so you would have expected, and everybody expected that the votes would have demonstrated that. But unfortunately, some other people have been consumed by the propaganda of two selfish senators who basically are seeking their personal interest. Because up to 5 months ago, Senator Johnson was supporting the president. Senator Johnson was telling Nimba, the only president I've done well for Nimba to the extent of building the Ganta to Sanikole. I was on that road, I thought of Europe. Ganta to Sanikole to, you know, Logatua Road. The other road has been paved now from Ganta to, you know, Saclay Pier to Tapeta. That road is going to go to Toll Town to Grand Gita all the way. You know, there's been several, the Barn High School, the provision of buses, the building of market stores and all of that, the interaction with citizenry, the people in Nimba County. It's a demonstration of the clearly that the president realizes that after Monserrado, the population, the county that has the next biggest population is Nimba. But he didn't mind whether or not that county is not in the southeast, but he was developing Nimba. So you know, and I agree with a couple of Nimbayans who, you know, came on social media immediately following the October 10 elections and said, we didn't act fair to the president. A few Nimbayans. There's a lady whose clip is quite pronounced, it's on social media. She said, how is it that this man developed Nimba so much and then we didn't reflect it in our votes? You know, our future president is going to take us to be, you know. But then, you know, there was another pundit who said President Weah is redefining the map, the electoral map of Liberia. That you can win the presidency without winning Nimba. So if you can win the presidency without winning Nimba County, Nimba people gotta be worried.
But let me take you back to legacy. You spoke of legacy, and of course, it is predicated upon that I think you are vying for re-election. There are two kinds of legacy. You can buy it and go legacy. And of course, I know you are a Liberian. You talked about people in the Unity Party who you allege that when they appear, they think that they are more Liberian than the others, or some of you are from different country.
Okay.
And I'm asking you this question predicated upon the fact that I know there's no man who is infallible, with the exception of our great creator.
Yeah.
You've been told, Liberians are listening. What is that bad legacy of President George Manuel Weah that you've noticed as a Liberian that will be recorded in the history of this country?
Well, I can tell you a lot about some of the things the president has done. For instance,
his bad legacy.
If you ask the question, I mean, I can answer the way I will. At least give me the opportunity to answer. So let me talk about some of the things I know that the president has done. So ever since, you know, I was growing up in Liberia in the 80s, and one of the things I've noted that I came across quite a lot was watching the president played on the airfield. We used to call it airfield at the time. So we used to go, you know, I used to live on the airfield, so we used to walk at the end of the airfield and we'll see the president play. And a lot of people would come around, you know, told his boots, youngsters or what have you, and then later he started playing for the Lone Star and what have you. And then when he went to, you know, Tonia in Cameroon, and then went international. And ever since, we've always known that the president has come back to the country, regardless of whether or not we had a gruesome civil war. He would either go to the refugee camps or come to Liberia and all of that. I can think of, you know, so in 2004, when he decided to form his political party, which was essentially to bridge the divide between, because according to the book, you know, I read a book, according to that book, it says that the president was trying to bridge the divide between the political elites that consistently rule Liberia, which didn't seem to care as much about the ordinary people, versus the real grassroots. That is why you see a lot of people in the markets, West Point, Nukuta, the rural women, you know, all the people in the towns and villages, they seem to care a lot about the president, you know, as opposed to those people who, the political establishment, because he appeals to them. His ascendancy to the presidency has demonstrated that even if you're a market woman, if you are living in West Point, Nukuta, or you live in any part of rural Liberia, that your child can ascend to the level with hard work and discipline, can become president of Liberia. And ever since he became president, he's been tailoring developments to those communities. Look at the Invincible Park, for instance. Was it tailored to places in one of the elite part of Liberia? Absolutely no.
No.
The West Point football field, the New Kutan football field, the Clariton football field. There's going to be a lot of different sports parks built across the country. So all that I can see, I know you asked specifically a question,
Right.
but all that I can see is that a leader is trying to leave a positive legacy. Now, if he knows about a negative legacy, I mean, he can still. I haven't seen that.
Okay. Now let's come to
Wilfred.
Bangu.
Before then, please let me read this text sent by somebody on about Wilfred. The person said, "Let Minister Wilfred be very, very simple to deal. Let the information resonate well with the people."
Well, there are different people listening. He has this kind of people that he believes it resonate. But I like him to be him. I don't want anybody to intimidate him. I like for him to be him.
So what you
I was trying to insinuate that message is an invention.
Is an invention?
Yeah, really, I think it's an invention.
Now, you have been with
The Senator's name is there.
Yeah, you can call the person's name.
Pascal Davis.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You have been with Senator Johnson for some time. He has left you with Mr. Weah and gone on the other side, but you're also from Nimba County. You're from that side. There's this thought that, people say you've done well in Nimba, but it is not true. You haven't done well in Nimba as a government. Can you tell us some of the things that have happened there?
Well, I would want to think that anybody who doubts that the president hasn't done well in Nimba, it's completely it has what we call selective amnesia. Such a person is a deliberate peddler of falsehood, because contrary to that assertion, a lot has happened in Nimba. All of the developments that this president has done in his government, Nimba County comes in for a very large share of that. There are copious of them. We talk about investment in roads infrastructure. I have been up in Yekipa, my hometown, Bapa being beyond Yekipa. I have been up there campaigning for a very lengthy period. And the story that is on the ground there, the folks are very appreciative of the roads, intervention in roads, in the asphalt pavement. So if you're talking to typical Yemenians, typical Yekipians, or Nibayans, they have a contrary view to that assertion. The road that linked from Ganta to Sanikoli, which is going onwards to Yekipa, is a very important corridor. There's a bridge on that road which I want to talk about. It's very important to accentuate that point, because people on the ground in Yemen, in Yekipa, oftentimes when they have the opportunity to talk about the importance of that corridor, will highlight that point. That bridge, I understand, is contiguous to the St. John River. During rainy season time, that river overflows its banks. It sweeps across the main road, because there was no bridge there then, and a lot of lives were taken through that passage. It was a very dangerous crossing, a very dangerous passage. Students who were found on the Sanikoli side, who hailed from the lower parts of the county, such as the Yamen area and the Kample area, going towards the custom border area. Whenever it is rainy season and you are cut off, you find yourself in Sanikoli or in Ganta, you have to stay there until the rain recedes. You have to stay there until the water, the water goes down. Otherwise than that, to cross that point, you will be in a very serious danger zone. A lot of business tycoons, young people, died while trying to cross along that corridor. So with the asphalt pavement and the construction of the new bridge over that road, the people cannot stop telling the story of the tragedy that used to happen there. This is a very important intervention. A young businessman whom I knew very well, very kind young man from Kample area, big business guy, died in that river. So anytime you on your way to Sanikoli, as soon as you cross Ganta, you will see the bridge. It's a very huge bridge, and the train track is adjacent to the bridge. The St. John River is just somewhere around the left bank where you're going. So it took away lives. But today, the story has changed. It is no longer going to claim lives. Instead, now it is a useful corridor. Also, because of that pavement, huge transportation has been dwarfed. A lot of people who paid a huge amount of money to traverse that critical pass are no longer paying that amount of money. So it's of huge economic benefit to the people. But now they have the opportunity that they can wake up at any time of the year, whether it's rainy season or it's dry season time. They can go to Wolokolie, they can go to Ganta, they can cross and come over to Monrovia, because they are riding over, a modern stretch of road with a great bridge. The St. John River is no longer a threat. In fact, that water now has been debarred. It's been worked on. It can no longer overcross its bounds because we have a bridge, and beyond that, there are borders. So I speak of the corridor from Ganta to Wolokolie, which is now leading on to Yekipa. It has never been there. It was never there in the 60s. It was never there in the 70s. It was never there in the 80s, 90s, the 2000s. It was never there under the last administration.
Wow.
It is under this president's administration, President Weah's administration.
There's a critique that it is taking too long.
The people taking too long. What do you mean it's taking too long?
In the doing of the work, at some point in time, it was told there is this and news that the government was not putting resources there. That's why
that is not correct. That is not correct. The Deputy Finance Minister here will agree, and he will even tell you more that the contract which is given to the Ivorian company that was doing the road, a portion of that money was taken away from the previous government. So that stored the construction of the road. That corridor from Wolokolie to Yekipa has been stored intermittently because portion of that money was taken away from the previous government. The Joseph Boakai government took some of the money away. The money was not readily made available. That's why it's stored a little bit. But we understand that it's going to pick up under the second term of the president. I also want to talk about another very critical corridor, which is an international corridor. It leads from Wolokolie to the border, to Lugwatu border. That road has been a dusty road. It's been a dusty gravel road, dangerous road, and a lot of goods and services were not easily, transmittable during that corridor until we have an asphalt pavement now that leads from Wolokolie all the way up to Lugwatu border. That was never there. It was never there in the last 12 years. It was never there. Beyond in the 60s, 70s, it was never there. That story has changed.
Wow.
The people are seeing a new dawn of development, and they're seeing roads going through their towns and their villages and their cities, and they appreciate that, and they understand that those interventions are being made possible under the administration of the president. And so these facts are there. Nimba is benefiting tremendously from this government, more than any other county in this republic. I can say that clearly. And because the facts are there. We talking about roads. The Wolokolie corridor is another great testimonial to the president's developmental initiative in Nimba. That road passes right before Prince Johnson's University, and then it goes all the way into Wolokolie. One of my friends is going home. He comes from a village called Flompa. In fact, as a matter of fact, all of the villages that has seen this road, that this road is passing through now, have been transformed into cities. A lot of people are building new structures, new homes along the roads, because those roads now have been accompanied by electricity. Okay, as I speak, there are electricity along those corridors now. So a lot of great homes, high-rise buildings are going up along these corridors. Okay. So my friend, he was not taxi, and then this taxi passed by Flompa. He was telling the driver, when are we going to reach? And he said, no, but we just passed Flompa. As a matter of fact, we are in Wolokolie. Because the road was so broad, if you see the road, it's so huge, it's so broad, it's so beautiful that he passed through his own hometown without recognizing that he has passed through Flompa. And this story is the same for all of the people who haven't been to Nimba for a while. If you rode on the roads now that we're speaking about, that the president has built across the Nimba land, linking these major cities, you will marvel. Okay, so it's a marvel of engineering. This is huge development, and economists will tell you that roads drive development. It drives the economy. It drives investments. So it's a whole moving mass that moves along good roads and good pavements. Somebody told me, it's a Chinese philosophy that the Chinese will always build roads first. They build the roads first, and then they begin to care, because once you have good roads, you have a lot of critical infrastructure, a lot of critical investments going along those corridors. Very easy for goods and services to be transported along those corridors. So Nimba is enjoying the dividends of democracy. Nimba is enjoying the dividends of good governance. Nimba is enjoying what it had not enjoyed over decades and decades and decades ago. Even when Nimba had 2 vice presidents, I speak of Wolokolie and I speak of Mose Blah. What Nimba is enjoying today under the president is tremendous. And there is
this critique. The UP government did more, build the Jackson FDO hospital, build the road to Ganta, and all of that. That's by far better than what the CDC has done. That is what Mr. Johnson and Mr. Kuhn will tell you.
Where you will Japan, you're charming.
I just tell me gentlemen about what is better than having a road paved from Ganta to Logwatu, having regional integration, where people are able to bring their goods from Cote d'Ivoire, enter into Nimba County, where agriculturists are able to transport the commodity from different sectors of the society.
The United Party will tell you that they initiated that.
They had the money. They didn't have any money in place. What I always heard is that they have had the blueprint, and there's a song, "Keep your blueprint, we'll do the work."
And how come you're not doing is the people of Nimba?
What we're doing,
you are doing the work.
What we're doing, I think we have convinced the Nimba people very well. And we are going to be very appreciative to the people of Nimba County. We rose from 7% in 2017. We rose from 7% in 2017 to over 20% in 2023. Progressively, the number of registered voters and those who turned up to vote in 2017 were much lower than the number of people who turned up in 2023. To have accumulated over 50,000 votes in Nimba County was unprecedented. And the governor of Liberia, the president of Liberia, can only be grateful to the people of Nimba County.
So what do you expect?
We are very confident that the vote in Nimba County will rise way above 50,000
during the runoff.
In the runoff in
one of these you've explained.
So
this is particularly to the both of you. Bangura is from Nimba. You work for the Ministry of Finance. Are you disappointed in the people of Nimba?
I just said for you, we are grateful. I'm doing the opposite of disappointment. We are grateful to the people.
Why are you grateful?
We are grateful because we rose from 7% of a smaller number of the turnout of the vote in Nimba to 20% plus of a bigger number. Every year, I was studying Julius Hall, an economist, she write.
I was listening.
So you should give the total amount. We're a little below 20,000 votes in Nimba County.
So
we're not getting distracted. The Nimba story is not over yet. Nimba story, the developmental story of the president in the Nimba land. I just give you a tip of the iceberg. I do not want us to get distracted. I wanted to continue with what the intervention that has been made by the president.
Yeah, surely.
This is very huge, and I want to commend my colleague for interjecting that particular critical part, which contradicts the view that Nimbayans do not appreciate what they have. You look at the numbers speak louder, and they're speaking something different, and we think they will even be the loudest in a few days from now. We're very confident about that, but we'll come to delete more on that. So we've spoken about roads. There was a very critical bridge. Are you aware that the president dedicated a very big bridge in the Biandoro region in October when he was campaigning on his way to Grand Judah? That was a very critical bridge. This bridge has been cut off for years, year in, year out, and the people have been destitute. They have been cut off. They've been languishing in isolation because that bridge was not connected to District Number 9. And whilst the president was on his way to Biandoro, he dedicated the bridge. A lot of people in this country do not know. In fact, there are people even in Nimba, in other parts of Nimba, who were completely unaware that there was a huge mammoth infrastructure going on in terms of connection of a bridge or the building of a bridge. He dedicated that bridge. The story of Biandoro is different today. the people who were once isolated had been connected to the mainland of Nimba. And so you talk about goods and services along that corridor now. I've seen a new dawn, a new story. So you have the economy there burgeoning and thriving because now people can commute and people can connect and people can move on. So that bridge was dedicated by the president. You talk about intervention in Nimba under this presidency. There are copious of them. Let's move on to talk about electricity. You're aware of the cross-border electricity. Nimba is, in fact, is one of the counties today that is transforming so fast because of electricity. So you have roads, and then you have the Siamese twin of road, which is electricity. And so people are establishing small businesses all around the place. They are selling cold water. They are freezing the drinks. Look, I went up there and I saw somebody catfish, and I told my friend, I said, listen, I would have loved to have a catfish GB. By the way, you should try it. It's a delicacy. And he said to me, but listen, we can keep this catfish here and you can come back here next month and we'll still have the GB. I said, how are you going to do that? You're going to catch a new one? He said, no, I'll just keep it in my fridge. I said, you got a fridge? And I went to, he lived in a hut actually, but that hut has been transformed. But he has a fridge in the hut. So this is the transformation. The Nimba story continues. Let's talk about, now, in terms of electricity, we have more people who have come onto the electricity grid. You talk about new transformer in Queen Township, okay? So a lot of Nimbians are now going, and even in Yekipa, you now have the CSG line. Is that how it's called? The CSG line is been connected to the power station in Yekipa. And the people of Yekipa community, all of the denizens in the adjoining communities in Yami and otherwise are now going to get connected.
You said what? All of the who?
The denizens. The denizens.
So I'm concerned about.
If I could just conclude the story, I think we need more time because you see, we need to debunk the contradictions and some of the the naysayers and the lies that have been told with the intention of of confusing or just outrightly.
So with all that you've named,
and so if you talk about what you ask a question, I'm sure you will ask a question, but look, let's spend some time to talk about how the people of Nimba have benefited from this government. They have benefited. We have benefited. We are grateful. We are sincerely grateful because the president's leadership has transformed our county, and we will stand by the president. We will support the president because you know why? We want more development. We're driven by development. So
we have on the Nimba story, but I'm concerned that with all of these believing that they're true, how come people like you isn't telling the story? And if you're telling the story, how come Senator Prince Johnson will come up and say, well, these things are lies, and the people will intend to listen to him and not people like you? How is it that you sons and daughters of Nimba County working in the government are not able to convince the people of Nimba that these are the things that we as a CDC government we've done?
No, contrary to that assertion. The people of Nimba are wise people. We have been telling this story and we'll continue to tell this story. And the story is changing the narrative. Because we're telling the story, we were able to triple the number in Nimba over the last election. Be not deceived. That number will be quintuple. And that number is even going to be increased. We are looking at increasing it even up to 100,000. Do not be surprised at that. The people are listening to the story. Look, I tell you this, that Senator Johnson has his own agenda, and he is pursuing that agenda diligently. So he is trying to prevaricate the truth. But Russell Lowell says that the truth will continue to guide the future, and the truth will continue to be spoken. We are speaking the truth, and the people there know the truth. This is why we're able to get more than 50,000 plus votes in Nimba, accounting for more than 21.77%, and that number will be increased. So to say that they are not listening to the truth or they do not know the truth, I think it's not correct.
Okay, I think we should welcome.
Let's welcome our guest, Mr. Isaac.
And then before he comes in, we're
not done with the story yet.
Yeah, we'll come back to
your stories are so long. We'll fact have
6 years of story.
6 years of stories, getting my day.
Everyone, I want to say it's nice to be here.
let me start about there and be shocked. You know, my mother once told me that if sweet voice were to build a country, Liberia would have been the greatest country on the planet, because we have had sweet voice since the foundation of this land. But what matters are things beyond just those words in action. In few days from now, my brother, Liberians will be going to the poll to elect one person. We have two persons in the race. One of those comes with almost the rest of their life having opportunity to serve this country, but brings what? Complaints of the problem with no ideas on how those problems will be solved. On the other hand, you have President Weah coming in with less than 10 years of governmental experience, wherein he had the opportunity to serve this country, who knows Liberia definitely has problems, who does not complain about the problems, but who brings solutions to fixing the problems. Now the question is, who do we want? Someone who have had the opportunity for the rest of their life to be able to solve problems, but did not solve any problems, though comes in and complain of the problems, or someone who, though has been serving this country outside of government, but have had very less years working in government, comes with such solutions and ensuring Liberia remains a different country. I do believe very strongly that the people of this country will not fall for the normal sweet words, sweet talks, no action. And that's the reason why I believe, come November 4, President Weah will be re-elected president of this country. Not because
November 14.
November 14, I'm sure I say. Not because he can come and talk sweet things, but because he has proven actions beyond everything that the eyes can see. Someone said, Kolo Kolo.
Okay.
That's the reason why you know our friends from the other side will rather us not talk about those things that benefit the lives of the people, rather talk about slogans, words on things that don't matter.
Okay, now let us come to one of those who has come to support Mr. Weah, Many Packet more, before we come back to the two deputy ministers.
Speaking of endorsement now.
In endorsement, there were two options. You were all from the same opposition, and you were saying similar things against the Weah-led government, whether it was corruption, whether it was bad governance, whether it was a slow infrastructural development, and all those things. Why did you all choose Mr. Weah over Mr. Boakai?
Because President Weah has the capacity to learn, he has the capacity to grow. I'm one person who's on record for engaging the government on and off the streets. So that after the June 7 protests, we worked with the folks in government to put all parties around the table at the National Economic Dialogue. That happened. We protested, then we discussed. And at that National Economic Dialogue that was held at the ministerial complex, we had the current head of the Unity Party, Ambassador Joseph Nimba, in attendance. Alexander Benedict Cummins, who had led the CPP, also delivered a paper. All, heads came together to try and transform the Liberian situation. And the president supported that. We saw President Weah enter the room and engaged. This president from the get-go, from 2018, had always engaged the opposition. When we filled the streets with citizens and fired up passion, the president didn't shoot. He didn't order his men to shoot at the crowd. He didn't clamp down. There was not an arrest warrant issue for everybody. It was constructive engagement. Yes, we don't have a perfect president in President Weah. We have a president that listens, and that's a good Democrat. We have more faith because we have worked with JMB, some of us in the CPP. You notice that the CPP was first led by Bernard Wilfred Ure, head of the ALP. Then it was passed on to Alexander Benedict Cummins, head of the ANC. It survived until it was given to Ambassador Joseph Nimba. That's when we ended up in court. We started fighting each other, on the open, on the streets, and the CPP ultimately had to lose Unity Party as a member. So here is the test that we're putting now. The leadership test, When we've seen Joe Walker's leadership, we don't think it's one that keep people together. We don't think it's one that's inclusive. We don't think it's one that is humble enough to listen. It is one of, I know the solutions, and I'm coming to compel you to swallow my perspective. Is that arrogance that the Unity Party radiates? It's that same sort of, we know it all. When you engage with the CDC, you see a genuine interest in expanding the fold. You see a genuine interest in doing things better, engaging. The CDC has been able to woo over former critics and turn them into new supporters. And so we think the president's record on democracy is stellar. You can ask the best liar in the Unity Party, they cannot tell you that a movement, such as the one that we saw on June 7, could have been possible during the Unity Party time without a single person having a scratch on their leg. It wasn't possible. 12 years on the UP, no one had a demonstration, a movement like that happen under the watch of the Unity Party. So when you look at, on balance, you look at the president's democratic credential. There's this joke.
There is this thought that all of you pledge your support to the real-led government are being paid. You're getting room for
it. Is
support.
Called sour grape. It is sour grape. We've heard story of Senator Jeremiah Kuhn swindling money from the coffers and running, a racket in government, taking and doing all sort of corruption, raising 200,000 to give it to Appleton. We're not going to believe all these things that we hear.
So what have you been promised? What have you been promised?
What have we been promised? Reform. We've been promised, and we've seen the government reform. The CDC-led government of 2018 radically put itself together and started to deliver growth from 2019, 2020 upwards.
When you contested in Bond County, you told the people of Liberia, specifically people from Bond County, a lot about the CDC government.
Right.
When last were you back in Bond County to tell the people that even though I came here and said to you that President Weah was a dictator?
I was there last week. I was there week before.
President Weah was a dictator, but he's not a dictator anymore. He has changed, and as such, we should go this way.
What I've said to the people of Bond County is that we asked for cassava leaf, no cassava leaf to the restaurant. So they say choose between palm butter and tobacco. We say one palm butter. Simple. I said the person I wanted to be president was Alexander Benedict Cummings. The mass of the Liberian people ruled him out. It's not available. What the Liberian people are serving here is palm butter and tobacco. So I said I don't want to eat tobacco. And last time it caused me stomach problems. I want to go with, palm butter, and this is it. I think how people understand it, because the person I asked for. So you say if you don't have this food, you're not going to eat. I don't want to fast. I want to move forward. So you have to be very practical. The Liberian people are supposed to be going to bed hungry. You are a researcher. We lined up the people. This is the biggest poll you can ever take. We lined up the Liberian people, and a majority of them, a plurality of the people selected continuity, and they are backed up by external neutral actors. Nobody has bashed this government more than the American government, but an organ of that government said when it comes to fiscal performance, this government is excellent, deserving of U.S. taxpayers' money, unless they bribe the Americans too. I know what George we are taking money from that. He got more money than America. If George we are called Biden and gave him smoking, then he gave me the same smoking. Don't worry. If I am Biden with bribe, I accept it.
Don't worry. I'm asking you this question about last time you were in Bond County, because I told you. Yeah, I come in because you assured the people of Bond County that if they were to elect you, you were going to ensure that former President Charles Taylor.
Yeah, but
I'm coming, please. Former President Charles Taylor is brought back to Liberia. If not, it's taken from my prison. Was it one of the plead, if not options that you prefer to the CDC or President Weah, that Mr. President, I'm willing to support you, but I have already promised the people of Bond County that I want to ensure that our president, former president, be released from my prison. So can you assure me that upon winning the second time,
we didn't even discuss that. it's not possible for me to take a rejected promise and try to force it down the throat of a government that have put down a program, and that program has been elected. If you promise a woman that you buy her Mercedes Benz and she chooses to now marry you and call you for the Mercedes Benz, you have to ask her to get her hair checked. I said, please marry me, I will buy you Mercedes. Then you rejected my offer. Now you are calling me for the Mercedes Benz. Which one will open smoking?
So I want to go to Samora.
Yeah.
I want to go to Samora. I know one of the issues of concern. I want to go to Samora. I know one of the issues of concern has been this issue on the civil servant salary. Where are we with civil servants? The last time I checked, there was a conversation about increment. Do you intend to increase civil servant salaries? If so, by what amount? At least it is also important to note that how much a civil servant makes, at least how much.
We have not had the discussions yet about increment in civil servant salaries.
Okay.
That discussion has to be driven by serious economic indicators.
But the president says something about
The man here.
No, not the state of the nation. The recent thank you after the election.
Gentlemen, you guys have to give me
Let me
chance.
just give you a little. When the president appeared before the legislature,
Gentlemen,
he said that.
Gentlemen, we are the discussants.
Okay.
If you ask me a question, you don't give me a chance to speak. I'm appealing to you to please give me a chance. Let me take my time in this.
Okay. Right.
Thank you for the injection.
Okay.
Do you have any other injection to make?
So you agree that
I don't want to be interrupted.
So Kelvin is asking.
I don't want to be interrupted. So then listen to all the injections.
So Kelvin is asking you as to whether you executed what was announced to the Liberian people when he appeared at the legislature to present his legislative.
No, I don't think that was it.
Whether there has been any increment or whether there are plans.
Yeah, but there was a statement made by the president around increment.
That was last State of the Nation when he appeared before the legislature.
That was a particular group of people who were below the specific. So let's go back to Kevin for it.
So let's hear from the minister himself.
No, let's hear from Kevin.
Okay, so
Kevin said no.
let's hear the two concerns here. How much the least civil servants, take home, and are there plans to increase civil servant salaries?
So I will start with the plan to increase civil servant salaries. As at yet, we have not discussed or made public any plan for increment in civil servant salary. These things have to be driven by strong economic indicators. There has to be a study of the fiscal costs surrounding the increment of civil servant salaries. Today, the government monthly payroll stands around $24.7 million. Every month, we pay that money. $24.7 million. If you annualize that, you're around 200.
I just want to inject.
If you annualize that, you're around 270 million, about 270, 271, around there.
Wow.
You want to inject something?
Yeah, I just wanted to inject here at this point that as those of us responsible to present the president's policy at the Ministry of Information and the Minister the Deputy Minister of Finance is quite correct that the government has done quite a lot as far as the maintenance of the payroll is concerned, because it's millions of dollars that we pay on a regular basis. But the president was quite specific when he talked recently at the CDC headquarters following the announcement of the official results. He made a specific promise to the Liberian people. He said there's going to be specific increment in certain sectors. He talked about the Ministry of the health sector and the educational sector and the health and the security sector. So the education, the health and the security sector. He said there are areas there are some of the folks there who might be making below the level of income that will be able to meet with daily requirements. And he also announced the end of voluntary program beginning January. So there's going to be a complete end of voluntary program. Under the Unity Party government, they had tens of thousands of volunteer teachers, tens of thousands of volunteer health workers. So the president is saying we're going to stop that program. So the minister is basically saying there isn't a general increment to increase salary across the board, but there are going to be specific interventions.
Okay.
As the president announced, within the
That is the question I was asking.
yeah, within the Ministry of Health, Education, and the security sector.
Okay.
But while the minister is talking about that, let me just put this information out there. There's been this circular. There's been this thing, circulating on Facebook about, government plan to reduce doctors' pay. All of those stuff has led to some, noises in the media and what have you. The government has got absolutely no plan to reduce doctors' pay. So let's make this clear.
No, but quite interestingly on that too, something interesting came out because when it was being said that doctors' pay was carried up, doctors did not come to confirm it. Some of them on social media have been disputing that information. But I read something from another doctor who actually now admitted that their pay was increased.
The pay was increased from $700. The doctor used to generally have $700. Now we're talking upwards of more than $2,000. After the cutting of taxes and what have you, it comes a little around $2,000 or below $2,000 after taxes. But this is the problem. And by the way, that amount is one of the highest in Africa. Doctors around Africa, anywhere in Africa, Liberia is amongst the highest now under President George Weah. I'm talking about doctors in the Western region. I'm talking about doctors in Africa. So this is the problem we have. Firstly, doctors go to Dogliati free of charge. People who go to Dogliati to study medicine, they go there free of charge. And when they graduate, they add on to the payroll automatically. And they are expected to make the same pay. So what the new policy is to reclassify them. So if, for instance, we're talking about hundreds of doctors, we're talking about upwards now of 300, 400 doctors. But the Ministry of Health payroll is more than 9,000 to 10,000 health workers. Doctors alone occupy more than 25 to 30% of that payroll. 25 to 30% of the payroll of the Ministry of Health. So if you keep increasing that amount, all the doctors that come to Dogliati, you say, where you go, then a problem. So the new policy was basically to reclassify the new doctors, not the old one. And by the way, the guy, after the general practitioner at 2,000, the guy mid-level folks who specialize at 3,000, then the senior ones up to $4,000. So when you graduate from Dogliati, you are required to do some internship for about a year. You make about $900, and then as soon as you graduate, you start the regular thing. So imagine every year we start adding people to the regular thing. For 50 doctor. Did you be able to pay doctors on it? So basically, the intent was to reclassify the new ones, not the old ones.
Okay, so we go back to Samora now.
Okay, so let me continue. Thank you for the input, Minister. So generally, there hasn't been a pronouncement of increment in civil servant salaries as a whole. But intermittently, there has been little interventions across the board for civil servants. And I like the way Minister Fofana has placed it. Some of those interventions have happened in the medical environment, in the health sector, in the security sector, and some lower level tiers of the civil servant. Today, no civil servant makes anything less than 150 United States dollars. And I'm talking about gross salaries. So somebody called me the other day and like, hey, Minister, I heard you on the radio the last time. You said no civil servant makes anything less than $150, but I don't receive $150. I said, yes, you are not going to receive $150. $150 is a representation of your gross salary. That gross salary, you got to pay taxes to the government of Liberia. You also have to pay Social Security. So what was happening before in the past, and that many persons have not really gathered, is that even prior to this whole harmonization concept, we had a situation for years where employees of government, civil servants of government were working, and these employees of government were not saving for their tomorrow. Social Security benefits is like putting small money aside today so that it makes your tomorrow comfortable. A percentage of your salary is taxed and placed in Social Security benefits to the extent that you will have a beneficiary effect of that savings from your own salary. So the government is actually taking money from your salary, your own money, putting it aside and say, hey, don't eat all the money yet. Take $5, $10 from your salary now, save it for 20, 25 years after you have worked, and you will benefit from it when you should have gotten old, when you're no longer working. So the gross effect of the deduction of the withholding taxes the one that go to LRA that the government consumed, and the Social Security savings benefits are seen as deductibles to your gross income, which is pronounced at $150, and the differential of the taxes will put you at somewhere around the net amount, maybe 125, depending on the exchange rate calculation. So there will be variations of the calculations because of the exchange rate difference, because our taxes are computed in Liberian dollars. It means that the exchange rate, whether it strengthens or it weakens against the Liberian dollars, has an effect upward or downward on the salary. So today, we can confirm to you that no civil servant makes anything below 150 United States dollars. Today, the CDC government has dignified health practitioners, made doctors to believe that they are true doctors, raising them from the amount of a salary of whooping lower than 750 United States dollars to around $2,000 today. No doctor who makes that amount will dispute that. No doctor. These things are evident. Because the doctors decide to dispute that, what we do, I'll just go to my phone and then pull the particular doctor who will call and dispute that and call his salary. Simple. These are political times. We will not sit down and allow people to come and make claims that are not correct on the government.
You're trying to scare away people.
We are not scaring people. We are saying if it is true that you are not, first of all, your comments will be challenging the government. So we too have to come back and say, hey, man, hey, it's not that. All I need to know from that doctor is his Social Security number or his national ID number. I will put it out. I got that information in my phone. I can put it out and tell you any civil servant what their salaries were, what their salary is now, what the current status of their pay, whether they have taken pay now, what is the situation, which bank they are with. We have all that information. We have been able to automate the payroll system to the extent that the Minister of Finance can sit on his phone and find out everything about any civil servant who is employed with the government. And sometimes when they call, some of the people they don't even work with the government. So if you cannot provide an ID number, it means you don't work with us.
Okay. Now let us come to Minister Isaac. Though he's in the young people's area,
Right.
and more than half of the population is in that area. Why should the young people listening vote for Mr. Weah?
Because of the advancements we've had, simply because of the work that's been done. And let's go through this. Many of the times we listen to our friends from the other side. They always want the people to believe those things that are happening.
I don't know if that microphone is on. So I'm getting it.
Okay. Right. They want the people to believe those things that are happening, and they don't want the people to believe those things that are happening. That's why it is important. That's why it is important we tell the people those actual things that are happening and those ones that are happening. Now let's go to the record. Like I've said initially, are we here to preach the grossness of everything? No. Are we saying everything is white bread and butter? Absolutely no. But we are saying we've made inroads. It was so much impactful that this president deserves re-election than any other president you can even think about. Now let's go through things. One thing we know, the issue of youth is cross-cutting. So certain things that benefit the ministries will benefit young people. Let's start from education, for instance. We already agree about 95 to 98% of people in school are young people. So if the president has, of course, tuition-free public university policy, who benefits more? Young people do. So why shouldn't young people vote for the president? Let's come to the payment of WAEC fees. Who goes to school? Young people, of course. We agree. So when the president pays WAEC fee, of course, young people benefit. Let's leave there and go back a little bit during the coronavirus. When the coronavirus hit, young people were the most affected in the form that schools were closed. Who goes to school? More young people. Entertainment centers were closed. Who goes there? Most young people. Soccer matches were all suspended. Who goes to watch? A lot of young people. Now, with the leadership ability of this president, Liberia was seen as one of the best countries in generating that. How did that affect young people? It brought back life in young people. So, of course, young people have so many reasons why this president should be re-elected. Now, let's go specifically to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I want to be sure we're right. Now, you said these are public information that our friends who want to say the other thing can come to dispute if they want to, and we have the record to prove on it. Let's come this. You said through the Education or the Development Center EDC is investing because of the negotiation skills of this government through our president, $22 million that will be impacting about 21,000 young people across Liberia. And what would they be doing? Leadership skills, how you can get jobs, how you can maintain jobs. These are places we know progress has existed.
Is it an intention or it has been entered into?
It has been entered into. As of now, we should be hitting about 6,000 persons that we've met. It's something that actually it will be in Lofa and some other places. Now, let's go to the Youth Opportunity Project that ended sometime last.
So let's go back to that. What will it be affecting that project?
It will be affecting broad places. One, the issue of leadership ability. That's something we want to make sure the human capacity is developed in Liberia. It will also be talking about teaching people how to get job, how to maintain job, how to grow on job, and many other places. So, I mean, it's from diverse places, but in totality, it's going to be targeting some 21,000 young people. And let's go to the Youth Opportunity Project, the $13.5 million project that ended sometime last year. What did they do? It benefited about 15,000 young people now in two broad places. One on one side, 4,000 of that number benefited from small business improvement. What did they do? Listen, do a little study. You will find out that a lot of young people have the zest to do businesses. They have the encouragement. They want to do something. In fact, most of them do start. Maybe within 1 or 2 years, the businesses go down. Ask yourself why. Because probably, money management isn't there. How do you improve your business isn't there? And how even do you get loans from the bank? These are problems we've had. And so this government came in and said, you know what? Let's get between that bridge and see what we can do. And so 4,000 of young people who either had businesses struggling or who wanted to do businesses benefited. Where we distribute with, say subsidies, some $420 per person to help them improve. And we did not just give them money.
You are on the radio. People could call.
My brother,
Are you serious about
a
that?
government official from Ministry of Youth and Sports, the minister give you information that is public record.
When was the
It's
last-
sad.
when was the last time you did your disbursement?
I don't want to. This program ended something last year, but we're going down the journey. I don't want to lose track.
Let him go through the.
Right. I don't want to lose track. I'm giving you public record. I'm saying World Bank. I'm not saying certain company that don't exist. They right here. You go there, ask them. They will tell you that.
Continue.
And so 11,000 of those also had other places. Say for instance, or work for pay. What was it? You know what? You got to volunteer to your country. You have to get that sense of a responsible person. So come and do little thing. At the end of the day, we give you $450. About 11,000 of those. Now let's come to the Youth Entrepreneurship Opportunity Project. This project ran in 3 universities. One in Nimba. If you were to go in Nimba today, again, this is a public record. I'm speaking as Deputy Minister for Youth. This is not behind the black door. We are saying the facts. Go at the Nimba University College today. There is an entrepreneurship course being taught because of this project. We developed that and we ensure young people cannot just rely on government for job, but can make their own job. Today it is there. What we did then, we had young people develop business plans. We carried them through processes. They went through competition, and we, kind of award those who had the best, and then we help the other people. But at the end of the day, Nimba Community College today has a course whereby young people can be taught to be employers and to make jobs. This is real progress. These are the things that matter to the young people. And in addition to that, University of Liberia is right here. It's not far. You can go there. This course also went there. What did we do at University of Liberia? Job readiness. Again, listen, you graduating, man. After graduating, it's not the end of life. You have to look for a job. Sure, there are techniques and ways in which you can be out there. You can say yourself. We had this 2 days. About 150 persons from University of Liberia gain internship skills by which today they should be okay. Now let's go down BWI as well.
When they pay
on the internship.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course they were. So let's go down and go to the Realize project. Our current project now that came after the YOP ended is a Realize project. Now the Realize project will be the 5 years project, sometime in 2026, but we are looking to extend that negotiation still going on. This project will be benefiting a total of 54,000 Liberians, young Liberians across this country, in 4 different places. Now we're going to be having one of the groups that will be benefiting from direct cash transfer of 60 million in total, and this will be about 16,000 household young people who, of course, the economic situation, you want to stimulate them, you want to ensure they can have some economic opportunity to do other things. And in addition to that, though, we're also going to be having 4.
Some of it because you're fast, and I don't blame you because of time. Have to put all we asked this Realize project. I heard you put a number in relations to the beneficiary.
Yeah.
What are you giving the money for?
Like we said, to stimulate their economic viability in the economy. My brother,
for instance, in specific areas,
we'll be looking at certain hotspots, and we are doing this in collaboration with the World Bank. There are some criteria we look at, say, for instance, which communities, how many persons in a certain community got access to freezer, got access to cooking pot. We look at certain little criteria and then choose those places. So for instance, West Point, you look at Nuclear Town and some other hotspots that we are doing this in collaboration with the World Bank.
So you're giving them money to buy this item?
Not to buy the items, like I said, to help them improve the economic standing in the country.
Is it to pay back when you give them the money?
Come again?
Is it to pay back when you give them the money?
Absolutely, direct cash transfer, no payback. This government's will of telling help yourself grow. Let's all go together. And let's go down the drain. 4,000 of young people also will be benefiting from 900 cash transfer each to help them through businesses. And these people, not just people doing business, or maybe you want to do business,
900
United States dollars each. If you want to do business, my man, and know where to where, you go to the bank today, the bank's going to make young and move from here, man, where you pay our money or nothing. You come to go and say, listen, we're here for you.
The money available already?
Oh yeah. I am saying collaboration with our bank. This government is not a scammer government. It's not a government that comes with sweet money just talk.
How do you go about the equipment?
Well, a lot of the process. Since for instance, we go in the community. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm asking. The reason I'm asking you, at times people attach it to the only way you benefit is because you only benefit when you are a partisan. If you are not a partisan, you may not benefit. Those are good questions. And my brother is good. You are a journalist. I will invite you to come to me. I can link you up with the team. You're going to feel with them. Ask all of the beneficiaries who've been benefiting so far of this project. If any of them had anything to do with party, or they know ASIC do, or they know the minister here, or the minister for which they get there. So what we do, we're in the community. People come up, fill a form. We ask them a few questions to know where you stand when it comes to how you want to do business and how you can do it. And then from there, we go through some indicators supplied to us by the World Bank. After all of those things, we send the news to the World Bank as adult. Now, in most cases, you can have more people coming to apply than needed. So what we do, we resort to lottery. So it's a white, plain, open thing, right? People name put there, somebody can't choose name. So you and me, you put your name there, you say, as it though you own your own. So you get nothing to do with it. But then I want to go down to something very important.
That's very important. Right. I think it helps the government too, depending on how you intend to, how you are proceeding with that program. It's a good thing for any country to be attracted by the United States taxpayers.
Oh, sure it is.
In relation to the Realize cash transfer program. So, say for example, Kelvin Demi was one of the beneficiaries. He got maybe $500 or $600 for instance to start his business, to start his project. You gave the money to him. Do you follow up on how much he has, managed the money over time, or do you just give out the money by the government to the people and they just misuse and abuse it?
Absolutely 100 plus. That's yes, we do follow. As a matter of fact, we don't just take money and put it in your hands and go and do business, enjoy yourself. You will go through some trainings. At the end of the trainings, you will submit your proposal on what you think will be best for you and where can you turn. Now, our team, each member of our team will be assigned to you, go through your proposal, and see how possible what you want to do can be done. Look in the environment you want to do what you want to do and make sure it is a good place. We do have workers, definitely. And when we give, it's been tremendous. It's been great, and we've been getting lots of commendation. A lot of people, a lot of the young folks that we've met who always say, I think this president is one person who says exactly things that he would do, because he's always said, listen, young people should be top of our national agenda. Go at those days when young people would just be, okay, there are some people that get 10 or something. No, today, whatever we do, this president never forgets young people. And that's the reason why even in government, you can see a small man and when he reach 40 years, close to 40 in government.
Minister Joe, let's go to your TFED program.
I wanted to get on something very important, and this is the SEED project. One of the major things our friends from the opposition have always talked about is the issue of drugs. Like I'll say initially, what I do believe, Liberia does have problems. I don't think who complains of the problem should be anything considered, but who has solutions to fixing those problems? Because we do have problems. We do have electricity problem. We do have people not going to school problem. We do have all of these problems. Come here and complain every day of the problem, we're not solve it. This is what I want to go. Now, when we took over from Ministry of Youth and Sports, one of the things I decided to do as a person was to go back in time and see those things that have happened before we got there, or how we can follow the track, or how we can improve on it, or what are things we can do to make it better. One of the places where we saw none, was right here. But then I said, listen, we've had too many of our great brothers and sisters in the street, drugs and a lot of issues. Why is it that nothing absolutely has been done? So we had to start. This is important because our friends from the other side who make Liberia to believe that there are problems and the problem exists with no solution. Now, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, in collaboration with UNDP and UNFPA, what we did, we started a pilot program to test how this can work. That pilot program called the SEED, Socio-Economic Empowerment Program of Liberia's Disadvantaged Youth, targeted 500 at-risk youth. When we say at-risk youth, we talk about, for the broader population to understand, Zogos and our people down there. You understand? We recruited our brothers and sisters from the street, from in some ghettos. Today, as I'm speaking,
what is the approximate figure of those people?
At that time, we targeted
between that time and
now. Actually, we did a study, and that study told us is around between 60,000 to close to 90,000 of them out there. But what do I mean? If you don't have anything to start with, you want to have an idea how to start. And so this pilot was very necessary. So we targeted 500 of them. But at the end of the day, we managed to have worked with 520. What did we do? We recruited them. We made sure they were detoxed. They went through all of the medical things you can think about. They went through rehabilitation, and then we provided them skills. At the end of those skills,
so how do you intend? Because we're running with time. There's a whole lot of.
And I want to end on this because
quickly.
Other people got to come.
Yeah, we got to come back.
At the end of the day, we did not just provide them skills. We provide them starting tools for those skills they've gained. As I'm speaking to you today, Julius, come to me at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, right by the other side of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. There is a gentleman who, in fact, sold a clothes for my boss, who was down Broad Street, running, checking phone, running Bianca and things. He is there as one of Liberia's best tailors. He can sew your clothes. You will appreciate that. In addition to that, YMCA community in the years ago, there's another gentleman there who was in the ghettos from here to there. When he explains the story to you, but man, you go there now, that boy, he can do this, car parting, he's good. Okay. These are the transformations we want in our country. And I think complaints should not be the end of the day, but solutions should be.
When we come to Bangura on the narratives that it is Nimba's time to produce a vice president, possibly a president, and all those of you going against that, you're not in the interest of the county. You hate the county, and all, and that seems to be gaining traction among the people.
Well, what is gaining traction?
About it being Nimba's time to have someone in there, echelon of power.
That statement is not a true proposition. It's not a true statement to make. I think Nimbayans have always longed to see somebody from Nimba running for presidency, directly for the presidency. They've supported Senator Johnson twice to pursue that agenda, but not to run for vice presidency, because all history is replete that that position of the vice presidency is a purely nominal one. It's ineffective. It does not deliver social goals. It does not bring development to your county. The current vice president made that clear. The former vice president, as a matter of fact, the former vice president, Joseph Wolokolie, made that clear to the Liberian people that the role of a vice presidency is an equivalent of a park car in a garage. And so he stated that clearly from his experience. This is a man who has held this post for 12 years. And so he was speaking of what he knew for a fact, that this role does not improve anything. It does not deliver any social goods. It does not take bank to one's county. It does not carry roads. It does not just do anything. It's just a purely nominal role in the government. So then how will a great county like Nimba now settle down for such a role? So this is the contradiction that we saw and the basis for our disagreement.
Well, Senator Johnson
because
Senator Johnson said that Mr. Cool will be doing the work.
Well, we'll come to that. We'll come to that. Yeah, but there is nowhere wherein the vice president will be doing the work of the presidency. That is not what the Constitution says. That is incorrect. So you have Lofa County, which does not have a bank, because the vice president was unable to take a bank to Lofa. Lofa County does not have roads. It took President Weah to take asphalt pavement, good roads, into Lofa, which I'm told has passed salary going almost towards Zaza or thereabout under this regime for the first time. So over the whole 12 years, Joseph Walker was not able to take roads to Lofa. But this is the same road now that Senator Johnson will want for Nimbayans to settle down for. The role of a vice presidency, which has clearly been simplified, that it is nominal. When you hold that post, you do not drive any development. And we agree with that because we've had two vice presidents before. We have Moses Blah, we have Wolokolie. There's nothing to show out there for that. So the Nimba people like development because they are industrious people. They have the businesses to ply and they have different things to do. So they want to see development. And the only president who is bringing so much development to them, to their doorsteps, is President George Weah. And this fact is clear. So they are now beginning to understand the logic and the rationale of that change in the president, of standing with the president, shoulder to shoulder with the president, to be able to help him win his second term. They want to be a part of that success story because they know that the president will win this election, even without their support. So they would like to be on the right hand side of history so that they can continue to receive more development. That whole theory that this is Nimba's time, no. Nimbas believe that when it is their time, then it means that their son is running directly for the presidency. That's what you call Nimba's time. But when you have their son being relegated to the role of a vice presidency, which is very nominal, we just not drop anything, it makes no difference.
As a son of Nimba, you don't see it as a pathway to the presidency?
The pathway to the presidency is to take a straight shot at the presidency and to win the presidency. And to do that, they need a coalition. Nimba alone cannot win the presidency. Nimba will have to build a strong coalition with other counties across this country, in order to produce that. But to say as a county by itself, Nimba will produce the presidency by itself is not possible. Okay. So the pathway to the presidency is to support President George Weah, stand with President George Weah, drive more development, have more sons and daughters in the government, get more empowerment. Then there will be a stronger coalition with other sons of Liberia across the country, to form a stronger bond. Then now they can take another shot directly at the presidency. Nobody runs for vice presidency in this country. People run for presidency.
Okay. So before I just wanted to chime in a bit with what the Honorable Minister from Nimba County was saying. This is not some of the folks that have been peddling this narrative that this is Nimba's time. I think essentially what they're trying to say is this is their time, because this is not an altruistic venture that they're on, or a selfless venture. Basically, what they're doing is a selfish venture. They want to grab onto power. That is because all of these people have been active backers of His Excellency the President. If you look at Prince Johnson, 5 months ago, Prince Johnson was backing the President. He took the President to Nimba County, introduced the President as a son of Nimba from Briandoru. So if there's anybody who's at the top of the ticket, because people like Bangura was saying, the country doesn't vote for vice president, the country votes for president. So the only person who's from Nimba County, according to Prince Johnson, who has a link with Nimba, would be President George Weah. So all the other things he's saying is basically because of his pecuniary gains. He didn't get that, so he flipped in the die minute to say this person is from Nimba County. And basically all that talk about Nimba time, Nimba has had several of this time. If you look at essentially the presidency of Charles Taylor, that is one of the darling boys of Nimba County. He might not have been directly from there, but that was somebody that they adore. But then he also chose a son of Nimba to be his vice president in Wolokolie. And then following that, he chose Moses Blah. So if the Nimbayans, when you say, this is the pathway to presidency, it sort of creates the impression that, they are seeking some sort of illegitimate means to get to the presidency, because that's what Prince Johnson has been essentially tied. This is touting that this is the pathway. The only pathway to the presidency is to be voted for by the vast majority of Liberian people, at the ballot box. But what Prince Johnson has been saying is, let's just allow ourselves with this 80-year-old man. So the way, because 80-year-old is tied with a lot of different illnesses, heart disease, mental illnesses, asthma, Parkinson's, and all of that. And we're beginning to hear that actually, legitimately, that this 80-year-old man does have a lot of different illnesses. So Prince Johnson is saying, let's align ourselves with him. So in case you fall sick, then we will get it. So that's a pathway. That's illegitimate. That's not what the Nimba people have said. They won. That is what Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Cohn won. So Jeremiah Cohn, for instance, we've talked about Prince Johnson. Jeremiah Cohn has been an active member of the CDC through MDR. He was an active backer of every CDC policy, including the policy to remove cabinet Janin. The one they can say when they tell the Muslim people for which I saw Joseph Baka yesterday for the first time in a mosque. He's not visiting a mosque. So we saw Joseph Baka yesterday for the first time in a mosque. So and they've been peddling this thing that to the Islamic community. John, we have removed Cabinet Janet. That is why. By the way, when Cabinet Janet was removed, it was replaced with another Mandingo man and a Muslim man. It's not like that post is reserved for Mandingo people, but he was magnanimous enough to say, so the people don't think funny, let me replace him. But it is not presidents that remove justices of the Supreme Court bench.
Surely.
It is the legislature. And when the legislature vote, that we count them on the basis of their votes. The vice tender bearer today of the Unity Party voted to remove Cabinet Janet, the one that Joseph Baka put on a ticket.
How did you know that?
You are a member of
Did the clerk of the Senate tell you as to what he voted for?
It is a voting record. It is public. There is no impeachment procedure. Knowledge. We know that. So he voted to remove Cabinet Janet. So all that talk about we care about the Islamic community and the Muslim community and all of those different stuff, those are just political posturing. He doesn't really care. We know that, for instance, like I told you yesterday, Joseph Baka for the first time went to the box. We haven't seen Joseph Baka. There's a clip making rounds on the internet, purportedly from Foya, of Joseph Baka making some denigrating comments about Muslims generally. So we know those things. We were talking specifically about the folks from Nimba. President George Weah, according to Prince Johnson, it's on Biandoro. And Biandoro is a district in Nimba County. You know, so if there's any of the two presidential candidates who has an affinity with Nimba, that will be President George Weah. Sure. And besides, he's demonstrated that. Okay. But can a lot of developments in Nimba, whether it's the roads from Ganta to Saklipi, whether it's the road from Ganta to Sanikole, you know, to Kample, whether it is the road, all of these different roads, the school in Ban, all of that, the new things he's giving, plus the fact that he's ensuring that Nimba gets his fair share from the county development funds, which, by the way, Prince Johnson has been attempting to squander, and blaming and saying that the president owed Nimba. Prince Johnson will steal the money, so he said the president owed Nimba.
Okay, so let us go to Manipako.
Okay, before we go to Manipako, let me just announce this. You are listening to a special interview, and of course, this interview is on LNTV Live. If you are watching, you are home, you can put it on your TV, and of course, on your television, you're going to watch this interview. Also online, LNTV Online, that's our Facebook page, NACAD Online as well, OKFM Online, and DTV Online as well. This program also being carried by OKFM is relayed, Prom FM is relayed, Truth FM, and other radio stations across the entire country.
Yeah, Dumar, what are the prospects under a real-led government's second term if he gets it? What are you seeing, and what could be the role of the of your political institution in ensuring that it delivers? That is, if Liberians decided to give him a second term.
Well, first of all, it is more likely that President Weah will succeed in the second round of the elections, because the second round of the elections is essentially simple majority. And if it was so in the first round, President Weah would have been re-elected, because he already, led, and not much is going to change. If anything, the margins would just get, wider. In terms of the CPP-CDC relations, we are of the opinion that this president would do very well in his second term.
There are those who think he may become a Nimba. He's now going again in 2029. So there'll be some laissez-faire attitude from
calculation. That's now an opportunity for him to really develop a legacy. This is someone that cares about legacy, and he's going to now, and he has fate on his side. No more COVID. The learning curve is over. You have a broader alliance. The government will be more stable. There are no more Manipako and throwing missiles. The acceptance of the Weah presidency has broadened. So you have a broader alliance, a more stable political environment to execute. There are other things that are coming, like the MCC scorecard that just passed. That's very needed. Injection of foreign capital and a mark of approval from the rest of the world that will energize investors as well. If there was an investor sitting on his money to see whether or not Weah, who was a footballer, can make a good president, that debate has been settled. You know that he's able to manage an economy when it's in trouble, get it out of crisis, put it back on track to growth. So you can't argue the facts. I was trying to tell someone, you have a right in this democracy to your own opinions, not your own facts. Today is Saturday for everybody in Liberia. You can't now be arguing that because it's a democracy, we should accept that it's Thursday. Okay, there's standards. And so economically, when you look at the indices, you see that this is an economy you can invest in. When the government started in 2018 and 2019, you saw some wobbling, a lot of protests and anger and stuff. People were questioning, people doing large-scale investment for a long time. Number one, UNMIL has just left. Will the peace stick? No more blue helmet. So Liberia got from under the blue helmet in 2017. Will they survive? So people have multi-million-dollar investment. They withheld it. Now they're going to unleash that. They're going to unleash that on the back of the American government's opinion, on the back of the World Bank opinion. So this president is set. If the Liberian board make a change, God forbid, it will take a longer window. Investors will now start to assess Bwaka's leadership style. They will play wait and see for 16 months, 17, 18 months. When promises are not kept, anxiety will run high, and you start to have tension. And so the best bet for smooth, growth right now is to retain the current political leadership so that there'll be no guessing game by investors.
Let me go to answer please. 1 minute, gentlemen. Let me.
Because I don't know when you start taking calls, but it is important to review.
Not 12, I'm sure. Not 12, 15.
Yeah. Now, on all of these accounts, there is that niggling, perception that it's like you rewarding incompetence. There are those who think the government has been incompetent, hasn't done well, and to re-elect them is like to reward them for not doing well. But and so what is better, and to keep the democracy moving and to send a message to our leaders is, if you do not do well, we should remove you, so that when others are coming, they know from day one that they should be on fire for the Liberian people.
So NEC, what National Elections Commission did was they took that question and put it to 1.9 million persons. 800,000 people returned a response that this president has done well. He's taken the economy from the gutters. He's put it on a pathway to growth. Now, when you listen, don't listen to the people who want Weah's job. Listen to the disinterested parties, the neutral parties. Listen to MCC independent assessment of the economy. No one promised anybody MCC job. President Weah didn't bribe the American government to sing praises to him. You look at neutral assessors, people who don't stand to benefit anything if we had stayed in office or if he left. Let's look at the objective witnesses, not the partisan witnesses from the Unity Party. The party do not have the same level of expertise or sophistication as the World Bank or as the American government or the Compact Project. All of them are returning thumbs up to the president. Liberians who live in the slum, who live in the villages, who live the Liberian experience on a daily basis, when they line up, 800,000 of them said certainly do give President Weah a second term. What else are you waiting for? You want God to speak?
What have you identified as the stumbling blocks? What have you identified as the stumbling blocks to President Weah not being re-elected?
Identified as stumbling blocks: lies, hatred, manipulation, deception. Those are the stumbling blocks.
And you think they're going to be responsible for him?
Yes, he will be re-elected, because despite the lies, despite the industrial skill lie telling that's conveyed by the irresponsible Spoon Network that peddle lies, gossip, and disinformation on their platform daily, the plurality of the Liberian people still cut through the noise, made it to the ballot, voted for Weah.
Are they expecting him not being re-elected? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm saying that is the only threat. It's a threat. Okay. But we know that the second one is going to be a simple majority. Okay. And the numbers say there's 7,000 votes between Baka and Weah. We'll only double that or triple.
Okay, so Kelvin, before you come, let me just go to Minister Isaac Doe. Mr. Doe, you spoke about multiple projects to impact the young people, the youth population. I want to do a comparative analysis, looking at the government in which Ambassador Bok has served, and that of President Weah now. Which of them you think impacted the young people?
It is a very, very easy and simple, quick catch. Of course, President Weah. This is on the records and the evidence. I will come to that very quickly. Allow me a few seconds to just chime into my brother and my chair here on something he said about Nimba County. I just want to go a little further. Like he said, the people think this time should be Nimba's time. I do think Nimba has had his time since President Weah got re-elected. And that's the reason why Nimba, as the single individual county, has the most presidential appointee in government than any county. I know our friends from the other side want our people to believe that the Southeast get more appointment. But they really tell those people that the Southeast is a region, not a county, comprising of about 6 counties. If we were to go region by region, the region from Nimba, the region from Bong, the region from Lofa get the highest level of appointment in government than any region. If we were to go county by county, Nimba County has the highest single appointment than any county. It has been Nimba's time. In addition to that, all of the developments you see flowing in Nimba, it's been Nimba's time. Even Prince Johnson went to Nimba and said, "This is your son." So the most connected person who has ever become president and who took a lot to Nimba County has been President Weah. Now let me end by saying We know for the record that our people are one people. They are good across the board and they always want inclusiveness. But it has been Nimba time for the fact that Mr. Johnson, who've always wanted president, we have to appoint people in government that will only come from one tribe in Nimba County, the Gio tribe, where he's from. Because this president is someone who believes in inclusiveness. He said, no. Let's bring our people together. Let's have Mano. Let's have Mandingo. Let's have the Gio benefiting from Nimba. And we all know the reason why Prince Johnson got angry, simply because he wants his tribe to always be dominant. Of course, the president believes everybody should be one together. And not because you come from the Gio, so you want everything to come from Gio. And that's the reason why even the MDR leadership in Nimba, they got about 7 lawmakers, about 6 of them from the Gio tribe. You want to think about that. Is this just about one tribe from Prince Johnson, or it's about Nimba County? I do believe it's from about one tribe.
Okay,
quickly to the issue asked.
Okay, quickly to Samora. There are 2 fundamental issues I thought to pass by the campaign team here. Of course, you guys are part of the campaign team. Have you visited every county in Liberia in relations to campaigning? That's one. And secondly, I played host to the H. Boema family quite recently. He pledged, of course, his support to the Unity Party. He believes in Mr. Boakai. He said that he is the best person. You failed this country. You've not governed well. And then there was a particular statement he made that if the elections are rigged, the country is going to be ungovernable. Why is it that, especially folks from the opposition, are concerned, I keep trumpeting the news about the possibility for you rigging the elections?
So it is called projection.
Which one are you starting first, campaigning or over?
It is called projection. The whole question about that fear about elections being rigged. Don't forget, those who are crying foul about elections being rigged are the ones who were in power for 12 years. I will want to assume that they understand how rigging happens. These people are bent on trying to disrupt the peace and calmness of our society. And they have the records. They are always in the habit of making all these kinds of pronouncements. Yesterday, I will go to Dr. Famila's question. Yesterday, we went all over social media. The campaign spokesman of the Unity Party, Noali, writes on his Facebook page, accusing the governor of Liberia to have given bribe to ECOWAS observers, that ECOWAS will accept the results of the elections and will confirm the results of elections results that will be perceived to have been rigged. How do you do this? I wouldn't be surprised if a statement comes out from the Unity Party demonstrate that the U.S. government too may have also been bribed, maybe to give Liberia a pass in the scorecard of the MCC. These are unfounded and irresponsible statements coming from the Unity Party that need to be condemned by the standard bearer of the Unity Party. These guys are putting Vice President Baka, my own uncle, into serious problem. It is better you lose the elections peacefully and relax than to cause fear and havoc against our people. Nobody is going to be afraid in the country. We have campaigned, we will continue to campaign, and we will move to every nooks and corners around the bailiwick of this country. Yes, Kevin, the president has gone to every county. The president has gone to every county more than twice. He went there during the county tour. He has gone there during the elections period. Right now, the president is breaching edges in Mosurado County, in Maigiri, in preparation. And let me announce, for the close of the campaign of the Coalition for Democratic Change on tomorrow. Tomorrow will be that kingdom come. Tomorrow will be the announcement of the obituary or the political obituary of the Unity Party. We will move from every street corners of the society, Liberian society, every county is turning out tomorrow. Similar closure will be happening in Magiri, in Bong, in Nimba, in Lofa. All 15 political subdivisions of the Republic will stand up tomorrow to give a resounding vote to President George Weah. Remember, this is the last vote of President Weah for the presidency of the country. We will be all out there. In fact, the momentum from tomorrow has started since a week ago. If you walk around the streets between yesterday and today, citizens are moving from street to street, house to house, corners to corners, not getting tired, not getting relentless, moving all over the country and making the case for the re-election of President George Weah.
Yeah, I just want to.
Dr. Formula is noted for being an instigator of violence. I was a small boy in 1985, very small. But I've become grown and I can reason between lines. Listen to Dr. Formula comments on the TRC hearings. And I will take you to a particular portion. Maybe you can't play it now, but I will take you to a particular portion and I will give you my reasoning skills as a lawyer and a reasonable man. He mentioned that a group of Liberians were recruited in Sierra Leone. Mr. Taylor came to Sierra Leone and Mr. Taylor was jailed in Sierra Leone. General Kwangpa, he had gone for General Kwangpa and negotiated with General Kwangpa, peace be to his arches, in the United States of America and brought him down to Sierra Leone. He met with the Sierra Leonean president at the time. He met with other members of the Sierra Leonean government. They planned to overthrow President Samuel Doe. They brought General Kwangpa along with a number of others, militants, as you like, to stage a coup on the governor of President Samuel Doe. They trailed and moved in Sierra Leone until they reached to the border. I'm just trying to summarize something so that you understand the violent history. They moved towards the border of Sierra Leone, and when they got at the border, the general who was at the border, who escorted them at the border, I don't remember the name of the general, but we listened to the TRC hearings from Dr. Formula's own mouth. He said the general informed him that the whole plan to overthrow President Samuel Doe would be a failure. The general predicted that at the border. Before the predictions of the general, or following the prediction of the general, Dr. Formula organized and militarized those people to come to overthrow President Samuel Doe at the time. When he got at the border, he refused to enter into the country. After mesmerizing them, after giving them the feelings and energizing them to come over to do a military takeover, he left them at the border to stay in Sierra Leone. And the moment they crossed the border, the gentleman who was in charge of logistics, I remember the name stated by Dr. Famula, Nimba, was shot dead. He was shot from the back. My people, the only reasoning I will have in my mind Dr. Famula would have wanted to use those militants, some of whom are very good people around today, to come and execute the overthrow of a certain president and move in later on to benefit from the power that they will have captured as a result of the overthrow. First, a scene as of the service to those men, and Dr. Famula needs to apologize for the death of General Kouampa. And need to apologize to the family of General Thomas G. Kouampa. This is an admittance of a plan orchestrated to overthrow a certain government using a political mesmerization to militarize a group of Liberian citizens to perform such function. So we are not surprised. We see a troop of former combatants, warlords, all trooping to the Unity Party. The likes of Nathan Blai, Bodnike, the likes of General Prince Johnson, Senator of Nimba County, and a good host of number of them, organizing a rescue mission, organizing a group of people called rescue soldiers. We will not be surprised if Dr. Famula is an engineer of the quote-unquote rescue soldiers. How can an endorsement of Dr. Famula to former Vice President Joseph Boakai be a surprise? In 2017, he still did support Dr. Vice President Joseph Boakai. So it's not a strange thing.
One could hold your government accountable.
However,
you had the opportunity of initiating war economic crimes court. You didn't push through with that. We're not even sure that if you give you a second term, you're going to push through with that.
I will come to that. Let me finish with Kevin. Don't worry. I will come to your question. It makes my conversation longer. I'll come to you. Dr. Famula is remembered for being the National Security Advisor to President Sirleaf when seditions and seditionists were brutalized on November 7 at the headquarters of the CDC. This is a demonstration of violent history. When that boy got killed at the headquarters of the CDC, Mohamed Kumar, Dr. Famula, along with A.B. Kumar, had gone to the funeral home, taking the lifeless body of that young man who was killed in cold blood at the CDC headquarters, and that boy was buried like a dog. Today, we see these same kinds of brutal statements brewed in violence, spilled against and intended to threaten the democracy of our state. He said somewhere in the region, but he's able to call the radio and speak threatening violence against the people. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. We can only bundle them as brutal people with violence in their eyes. The desperation of the need for a change of the leadership in this country can only be done through a democratic process. We are up for the democratic process. We will not allow this country to move into flames. Liberia will remain peaceful. Liberia will not burn. This country, in the absence of UNMIL, in the absence of peacekeepers, have been kept peaceful. The government is still in charge of peace and security of the country. And the current National Security Advisor who served in that position that Dr. Famula served will do better than Dr. Famula did. We've witnessed demonstrations across in this country. June 7, you can name them. About 40 demonstrations happening in this country against President Weah and the government. Not one person had been murdered. Not one. Only when the demonstrators tried to cook palm butter even the executive mansion and begin threatening. Because the profile, you left profile and profile even the executive mansion. No. The police say no, you gotta get out of here now. Because you start playing with fire, later on people got gas and people doing that. Then you see threat coming from other people like Yeke and other people.
Yeah.
Then no, then you can't sit down here again.
I just wanted to come in at this point, and it's a good point that the Honorable Minister was making. There are a couple of points that I heard from, Julius, when he referenced that there is an accusation that the government of President George Weah is sort of incompetent. But the MCC scorecard show otherwise. So the MCC scorecard has basically said, because the MCC scorecard is an indicator of good governance, it recognizes or it grades a different sort of government indicators, whether it is fiscal policy, ruling justly, political rights, civil rights, and all of those different things. It's demonstrated that George Weah's administration has scored the highest. Not even President Salif or the Joseph Barker administration. Not even the Joseph Barker administration score as high as George Weah's administration. One of the things I like to reference is, how do they call it? The thing that no government has passed.
Fiscal policy?
No, not that.
Government effectiveness.
Government effectiveness. So government effectiveness essentially sort of measures the quality of the civil service, the level of competence and all of that, and how they
ability to respond,
to policy,
to deliver government
policies and all of those different stuff, but also how much political influence there is. No government has passed that, but it's obvious, right? So the civil service is about 65 to 70,000 people. Come on now. All of us are here in Liberia. How many of those people are actually truly working? This whole thing is a welfare sort of system. Governments before us, many governments before us have been recruiting essentially. Some of the times it was left with the heads of the different agencies and what have you. And so they'll bring on their friends, their relatives and all of that. And so we pay. What the George Weah administration is attempting to do is to reform that system. That's how you see the whole harmonization thing, so that it doesn't rest now with the heads of the agencies, because the heads of the agencies were just recruiting willy-nilly. This time around, we go to the civil service, so you have to take your test and all of that. So, maybe if you give us like 2-3 more years from now, we're going to pass government effectiveness, because now it's not left with the heads of agencies. It is with the civil service, the Ministry of Finance. So there is a established recruitment process. Another thing I wanted to point out is the fact of, we all know a formula is a relic of the past. When we talk about relic of the past, we talk about something old. Some formula is, he's back in his contemporary. Formula is almost 80 years old. He was born way before the 50s. He was part of the Popular Democratic Front.
So he
doesn't understand some of the contemporary issues. He's now living like for the last 10 years. So he doesn't understand some of the contemporary issues. All he's attempting to do is an inherent dislike of His Excellency the President, which all his family members share, by the way. We see all of them, inherently, they don't like the president. So, and by the way, Liberians have not viewed family, at least the young people, have not viewed family as, one of their heroes. This man vehemently attempted to criticize Ellen Johnson Sirleaf at a popular debate. She whipped him in a public manner, gave him an humiliation at the University of Liberia campus, but then he went to her, tail between legs, and served as was off a board. Because all of the kind of stature the family had, nobody would have expected that he was just going to be in her office, serving as some, nominal post. And nobody heard of him, ever again for the last 12 years. The last point I want to mention, which is very, very important, quickly, is the fact that President George Weah has campaigned across the country. Throughout this process, he's been from Nimba to Riverside to Lofa County. That is a recognition of the importance of every geographic region in the country. Everybody, regardless of what ethnic group you have and what have you. That has not been the case with Ambassador Boakai.
Did you go there by road?
Let me finish. So what Ambassador Boakai has done essentially is exclude the southeastern part of the country. He said those people don't matter to me as much. Yeah, when I'm campaigning, I'm not going to campaign in the southeast because none of my people. This is a man who we've consistently said believes in segregation. He's a tribalist and it's manifested in who he recognizes and who he attaches importance to. It's manifested in where he campaigns. Since 2017, Joseph Baga has never gone to the southeast. He doesn't think the Ku, the Pele, the Ku, the Grebo, the Sapo people, the Kwan people, he doesn't think they're as important to him as the people from the northwest. He doesn't go there to campaign. He didn't go there the first round. There's no indication they're going to go there the second round. So this is a person who wants to be a national leader, as opposed to President Weah. President Weah goes to everybody. Even in Lofa County, the president was in his own hometown, Foya, organized a major program there. Went to Kwadu Baby, went to all of the different places, went to how do they call it, Nimba County, where his vice tender bearer is from, went to all parts of Nimba County. Joe Baga, the other hand, by the way, we only saw him in the march yesterday because it came up. ACO leadership, the small frame supported him.
That was the first time
he ever had a call. And he's never ever gone to the southeastern part of the country. If this is not telling to you, I don't know what will be. Look at the inner cycle of the unity of look at Ambassador Barker's inner cycle. Bunch of Northeasterners.
Are there reasons why you've been unable to pave the roads leading to the southeast, especially wherein you've been opportune to have the speaker from there, the pro tem from there, the deputy speaker from there, you have the ministers, the president from there?
Well, the conditions in Liberia have been historical. President Weah has been president for 5 going on 6 years.
4 years.
So yeah,
No, why you go for? That's not for.
That's
it is.
So constitutionally,
He was not receiving presidential pay.
Okay, we accept that.
He's been receiving presidential pay when the COVID.
So he's been president for 5 going on 6 years. But when people talk about the Southeast, they make it seem as if it is a region in isolation. Listen, the intention of the fixation that we have right now on the road from Ganta to Saklepie to Tapeta, it is to ensure that we can connect the southeastern part of the country. It is to ensure that we connect the southeastern part, because eventually the road from Ganta is going to reach to Town and then to Grand.
I should bring Samora in.
Yeah, to talk about that. Yeah,
it's said achievable if Mr. Weah wins in the next 6 years to be able to connect Nimba to Grand Jida to River G.
Yeah.
So yes, it is. The president had focused more on ensuring that there has been massive development across the country, and this shows to you that this president is not trouble. And I'm picking benching on what my brother Baka had said. He's from the southeast. The pro tem is from the southeast. The speaker is from the southeast. The minister of finance is from the southeast. All of these people, powerful people in government. The president chose to look into Nimba, look into Lufa, Bonk, and other places. Yes, there's some work that have been done in the southeast. There's been a number of housing units built in the southeast, but the road to the southeast had not been done. You remember the president talked about the coastal project. The coastal project is not to build a road along the beach. It's actually to connect
The coastal counties.
the coastal counties. There's somebody must have made it appear it was to put a rule along the beaches that you guys in Saloon. You know, you buy on the beaches in Freetown that you saw you there one time.
I have not gone to I have not gone to Sierra Leone, so it's a different Julius.
Before you take call, let me just ask something with family thing we talk about.
No, we stay on the road. So this road business is very important.
Yeah, important.
You know, so I should be able to just go to Plibo and do a Spencer 8 hours and get there and come back. But you know, and that's not happening.
Now you have to go by helicopter.
So basically, what has happened is that the president is all in the plan. The focus. So what has been happening along the southeastern corridor? There has been regular maintenance of the road. in the southeast.
It is still terrible, though.
Yes, regular maintenance means when they will fix it during the dry season, the rain comes, they damage it, so they will fix it, quick fix. So sometimes it is fixed 2-3 hours after that, or 3-4 days, 1 week after that, it gets back. So regular maintenance, that's all has to happen until the road gets fixed. Our road problems in this country has been an HO problem.
If Mr. Weah is re-elected,
When Mr. Weah is re-elected,
I would say if is it possible that there will be paved road from Monrovia to any side of at least one side of the southeast, entering the southeast?
That is
Nimba, Grange, River, Gisa.
that is very possible. So what is happening right now is that there is current conditions of the road in terms of pavement and fixing of that road going on between Nimba to Grange. You are aware.
Yeah.
There has been pavement of roads in the southeast, in Waji, you are aware.
Yeah.
There has been some pavement of the road in Maryland, you are aware. The idea is that all of them have not been completed. And we are only making these comments because the entire project that will accumulate into the southeastern corridor, into the coastal highway corridor, has not been concluded. But there has been significant and evidential efforts being made by the government. Testimonials are available right in the very counties we're talking about. So this government has done tremendously well and is still energized to do this. Imagine we're having this argument nearly 6 years of our first term. Imagine what will happen. And we're comparing 6 years to 12 years of the Unity Party. In the midst of COVID that has happened to this country, imagine what's going to happen in the next 6 years.
Compared 12 to 12.
This is an immeasurable comparison, 6 to 12.
Okay.
Just before you come in,
because I will have to explain the last.
Yes.
I
Just
want to go to
right. Just before you come in, I want to take you back
Wilfred
to
Bengura first. If I can open.
yeah, come in. Just before you come in, I want to take you back to the issue where you talked about quote unquote federal laws and of course combatants, and of course Julia asked you as to what has been the problem that you've been unable to execute the establishment of the World and Economic Crimes Court.
So the establishment of the World Economic Crime Code is not a decision that's holistic for any president. It's a decision of the legislature. Absolutely the legislature. I'll tell you why. The president can today send
Okay, Mr. Minister, please, let us just hold you there. The presidential press secretary wants to wait on the issue of the roads. What are the roads to be done in the next 6 years when we are given that opportunity? Yes, sir. So, good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon. I don't know what the time is now.
Yes, good afternoon.
On ourselves. I think we are okay, then we are on track. I think your panelists or guests in studio are doing extremely well when it comes to their responses to the questions and things. I just want to weigh in a little bit on the road aspect.
Okay.
It doesn't mean the president doesn't care about the road in the Southeast. The first thing I want to say, I want to give our people, those people that are listening to in the Southeast and Liberia, that the president has first of all given his word. On the 25th of October, when you addressed the nation, when you spoke at the party headquarters, he said, I went on those roads, and the condition of the roads and what our people are in, these things are completely unacceptable. And those roads can never be the same during my next term. It tells you in totality that those roads, our people, will not be on the roads in the next, I would not say 6 years, before the first 4 years comes to an end. The president would have done those roads. It's not about saying that he will do the road, because when you have a commitment with the people, you make your commitment based on what you have. About 80% of the funding for the coastal highway has been secured, which is a plus. So you need funding first before you can do that. And once the person has secured this funding, it means our rules will be done. Then people say, but this one is from the Southeast. Why he didn't start from Southeast? It tells you clearly that he's for the people. He's the leader of the country, not for a particular section. Having said that, there were some mistakes that some of our leaders made in the past, dating back as far as settlement time. And the president is not prepared for those mistakes to be repeated. Take, for example, we say Ganta Hako Highway. It tells you the road should lead from Ganta, right from Mora to Ghana was already paved. So when we say Ganta Hako Highway, it means you do the highway from Ganta all the way to Hako. Some of our leaders, they left Ganta, they didn't even go to Sackville, they went to Hako to do the roads. Some other people went straight to Zerbu to do the roads. But do you know how much it costs you to go straight to Hako, to take my children to Hako, to start from Hako? It will be almost 5-6 times the cost of the entire project. And at that time, it was like donor people were giving money to do it. People say, oh, you're not starting on Ganta, you're going straight to Hako, you're going straight to Zerbu, or you're going straight to Fish Town. It means you defeat the purpose or you put the donors off track. They are not interested anymore. But because of what the president has started on his own and with some of our partners in the region, the people have the appetite to contribute to the president's developmental effort in terms of doing roads. So yes, in short, what your discussions or the panelists are saying, those roads will be done before the president completes the next 6 years. Okay. I just want to weigh in on that.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time. Okay, that's the Presidential Press Secretary, Solo Kerber. Now, we'll be opening the lines very shortly. But before then, let me just go to Bangura. I know he's the appropriate person to answer this question. On the 14th, that is next week, we should be going to the poll in the runoff. We have the current president and also the Ambassador Josephine Boaka. Now, I want you to be very honest and paint a clear picture for us. If at all Ambassador Boaka is elected president, especially with members of his inner circle, Prince Johnson, Butt Naked, and you name them, what do you think? What do you envisage? What sort of country will we have?
I would decline answering the question. That is a hypothetical question. I wouldn't want to answer that question. I will outrightly decline it because I do not see the possibility of that scenario. Please.
Okay. So, any of you can answer that?
Yes.
Okay.
You said,
I'm sure.
I do hypothesis.
I know.
I'm a researcher.
I know you're a researcher. So you can go ahead.
I can only allow Liberians to imagine what will happen. Imagine Prince Johnson, who is Senator of Nimba County, is having illegal access right now to weapons and guns. And you make Vice President Boaka president of the country, and then you have Jeremiah Kuhn, Senator of Nimba County, Vice President of the country. It is almost apparently not hypothetical again because Senator Johnson has said it himself. He said, why are you doing to yourself hard time? The old man is old. He's sick. He's almost 80 years old. When he become president,
Football-ish.
and vice president is your own son, Jeremiah Kuhn, who will run the country. And not Jeremiah Kuhn. So it shows you that right up initio, Vice President Boaka, upon having the authority or the mantle to run this country, will be suffering from political absenteeism ab initio, just from the beginning. It's going to show you the plans against one another. He knows the vice president's condition that has been verified by Vice President Boaka, benefactor in Henry Costa, who has portrayed live video, film, text exchanges of Vice President Boaka begging him for handouts and raising money for his survival as vice president of the country and other sources that have been used in the effect thereof, this demonstrates a very serious concern that all of us as Liberians should be concerned about. Weaponizing the United Party with the current configuration is setting this country at a wrong pace. A pace that will see a demonstration of warlords who will be at the helm of power. It's easy to connect. Everybody knows the relationship between Senator Johnson and Jeremiah Kuhn, Senator Kuhn. Very close. We all are aware of the relationship that exists there because we interacted with them before, though. Don't forget, Senator Johnson was once on our side. As a matter of fact, in the effect thereof. So we understand the level, and we are beginning to hear that as they are planning for Vice President Baka, Vice President Baka is also planning for them. So there is going to be a mix of catastrophe.
Nobody trusts
with
nobody.
the leadership of the country. They are working together but trust no one. They are planning for him. They believe, even though Senator Johnson is working with them, they believe Senator Johnson is problematic. They believe, and I begin to see that even in the campaign, in the last days of the campaign, I don't see Senator Johnson campaigning. If you notice that.
They had a fight yesterday.
When they all moving along in the campaign trail, they don't carry him along. They keep him in the back. And he is beginning, there's beginning to be a sense of defeat within the configuration of the Unity Party. And that's why you saw Minister Kone has been coming to see as to whether he can try to straighten it up with that elementary economics that was done in Makatijo school.
They said Mr. Kone has been attacking Yombly and Delon.
I mean, they are this purse of Minister Kone, this purse of Minister Kone behaving like some spokesperson of the Unity Party is targeted. Senator Kuhn knows very well that Minister Kone is coming on board. You may know what the Unity Party for the 2029 conversation.
Oh yeah, he wanted what the Unity Party.
And you know Kuhn will not take that like
that is.
But Kuhn would not come and spend all the money in this election for her. You listen to Prince Johnson again.
The whole endorsement speech mentioned
for her. The sleepless night
For this thing.
for this thing. We push Romley aside. We push Costa aside. And we got this thing. So you must know there was a serious fight in the respect thereof. Even Romley does not trust the configuration. They become a little bit. But Saba, I want to talk about. Let me just end on this note, and then I will just leave it at that. For the vice president not to have gone to the southeast ever in a period of campaigning, whether it is this elections or last elections, it demonstrates something. 2017, I would have thought that he hated the people of the southeast. That confirmation has become in abundance with the whole news about the illness of the vice president. My understanding is that he has been heavily advised to not get on real bumpy roads. He's going to disturb the pacemaker that he currently carries.
Okay. Now, finally, before
I just wanted to talk about the point you raised about, and I know my colleague, deservedly declined to answer that question about, whether or not we see the possibility of a Prince Johnson, led government. Firstly, I too empathize with my colleague. I share the point that he talked about. And that is because, firstly, we know that
she chose to decline.
Yeah, because firstly, we know that President Williams is going to win. We know that it's evident. This time around, we're looking for absolute majority. We're looking for simple majority. The last time around, we're looking for percentages. This time around, we're looking for numbers. So even if the person wins by a single number, that person is probably not Liberia.
Surely.
The last time President Williams won by 7,000 more votes. And this time around, we know that there's been more candidates, including the CPP. I think maybe my colleague might disagree, but I think that's one of the biggest endorsements that any political party would have had. Of the CPP.
Yeah.
You know, so we got the so the Appeton is a non-entity. He's a silhouette of himself. He's not the.
He hinted.
No, Appeton. You are after him. This is. Appeton. People were not voting.
You were hungrily ravenously after him.
No, Julius, what it was that President George Weah has been reaching across the aisle. He's been reaching, meeting with everybody. We're even talking with President small, or what makes your conclusion with Vice President Broker? Well, if any of you are around in the 90s, I don't know what I've been a year old, but 92, 93, and stuff like that. You remember when we had, so we had IMPFL that were controlling the Kawa base, because we had like a power government across the bridge somewhere around Kawa base. What we had was, with Prince Johnson around, there was a lack of security. Most of the different entertainment centers, the different Hatay centers, the different newspapers or what have you, have their headquarters being grenaded with bombs and all of the different stuff. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Daily Observer suffered from that at some point. So imagine reliving those realities with Prince Johnson controlling whoever the president of the republic is. But assuming the Union Party decides that no, Prince Johnson will control, but Prince Johnson already fought for your victory. The kind of squabble there's going to be, right? So there's going to be a major fight between them. Prince Johnson, Jeremiah Cole, and all of that. Prince Johnson wields a lot of authority. Jeremiah Cole wields his own authority because they're going to be fighting for who influences Nimba, who controls Nimba, and all of that. Jeremiah Cole will be attempting to be the new political godfather of Nimba. Prince Johnson fighting to be the new because Jeremiah Cole will be, God forbid, the vice president and all of that. And the thing is, it's going to be happening right in the face of a person with a track record of being silent, saying essentially nothing. And I'm talking about the former vice president. He doesn't control even his own nephew. Doesn't control all of the people around him. The last time when he was given the authority of the CPP a collapse, that is because he's probably going to be having, being preoccupied with his health concerns. Maybe go overseas. We don't even know why the former vice president goes to Ghana on a regular basis. Okay, they haven't been open enough to even tell us.
So, gentlemen, let's take the campaign spokesman, Councillor Kano Bagbara, quickly wants to wade in. Councillor, welcome.
Thank you very much, Soba. Let me start by saying thank you to all of the interviewers, Clarence, the rest of the guys that are there.
Clarence,
Oh, Clarence isn't there.
No. Julius is here.
Julius is there. I heard Julius and
Augustine Saya,
brother.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing when you have such a diverse panel of interviewers. They tease out the issues and it tells the Liberian people that the Mitre CDC is an open party, that we are prepared to debate the issues with everyone and anyone. I also like to thank my brothers in studio, Dr. Wolokolie, my dear brother, Boykai Fofana, Isaac, as well as many packet to more, who have sprinkled the conversation with a lot of insight and wisdom, but also with humor. But what's important is that the message is being told. A lot has been said, and there are just very few things I would like to add. The first one is about where do we go from here? We've been analyzing, talking, pontificating about what has transpired. There is no debate as to what the president has achieved. The recent scorecard has more than encapsulated that. So that debate about the country is suffering, all this kind of corruption galloping is already dead. I think where we should focus now is about where we go from here. The first place I like to speak to on where we go from here is the permanent entrenchment of the kinds of proposed changes that the president has brought to this country. So we've seen the free school fees, we've seen the WAEC fees, we've seen all of those innovative approaches to addressing poverty education in our country. But one thing that needs to happen, because these are policies, they are not legislated. Any attempt to not legislate them means that anybody can change them at the whim and caprices. We may not continue to have leaders after President Weah who will believe in the things that he believes in empowering poor people, in changing education. So the next step is about legislating and making permanent the changes here. And mind you, one of the things the opposition want to do is to erase the already permanent legacy of the president. So that's why I'm glad when you look at the configuration of people that are elected to parliament, the CDC is still very much supreme in terms of the numbers.
Yep.
We've elected 25 people in the lower house. We've elected 7 senators under the CDC panel. So that means that the legislative agenda of the president is to some extent very secure. So when the president is inaugurated in January of next year, we know that he can begin now the process of permanently entrenching all of these things. Students who have white fees paid, you can rest assured that it will become a matter of law under President Weah. So every other year going forward in this country, you are not going to go around begging people to pay your fees. That your fees will be paid because it's a matter of law. People in the University of Liberia, in public universities all over this country, you will know that that fee payment that is happening now is not temporary. It will be entrenched in law. Moreover, in going forward on education, the president has said that this graduation fee thing, where everywhere you go, when people graduating, they're being charged astronomical sums to graduate, is going to be a thing of the past in his second term, because he's going to address it and address it for all. The president has committed to massive infrastructure development in the country. The president has committed to taking us on a pathway to becoming a middle income country. And there are many other things involved. So I want us as the Liberian people to focus on the way forward. Where is President Weah now taking this country? He's taking us on a path that will now begin to revolutionize development in our country. The first term, we've laid the foundation. President Weah has laid the foundation. In the second term, President Weah now is going to move to deal with the substantives of education, of infrastructure, and all the other areas that are pertinent to national development. I'd like to end on this note, given that I'm not a panelist, I'm just calling, I know, so I have to make this very quick.
You want to know?
Thank you for your patience. I'd like to end on this particular note. One of the panelists mentioned this unholy alliance that calls itself the Unity Party. Right now, this unholy alliance of people who mistrust and distrust each other, but are united in their desperation for power, that calls itself this Unity Party. It's important for the Liberian people to take cue. I've always said, before, in previous elections, there used to be a conversation of ruling party versus opposition parties. That whole notion has been obliterated in these elections, especially in the second round. The conversation today is no longer about ruling party versus opposition party. This conversation is about those who love Liberia and are prepared to work together to bring development, and those who believe that power is an entitlement and they must have it at all costs, whether or not it injures the country. When you look at what used to be the opposition, you see the ALP has endorsed the CDC and the president. You see the Liberty Party has endorsed the CDC and the president. You see the ANC has endorsed the CDC and the president. All major opposition parties, aside from the Unity Party, has endorsed the CDC in the second round election. Anybody who's listening should pay careful attention. When I spoke to key operatives of the opposition, ALP, ANC, and the Liberty Party, and I said, but what drove you to this point? Because you are supposed to be an opposition black, as they say. They said there's one thing. The thing that drove them is about trust. That in a relationship with President Weah, they can trust what he said, and that what he will do in the future. They do not see that trust in the Unity Party. So to the Liberian people, what is at stake is not about ruling or opposition. It's about the country. It's about who can you trust, who has put their life down and their resources down for this country when you are at a point where nobody could look at you, who has invested in this country, who visited refugee camps when you were in war in helping Liberian people, who invested in the national team when there was no money in the budget, who paid school fees at the University of Liberia when students were crying for fees to be paid. That is what is at stake. In these elections on November 14, I can tell you there is no other option to vote for President Weah and Mama Joy Howard Taylor. On that note, I submit to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Councillor Kandi Barbara, he's the campaign spokesperson of the ruling coalition. Now, before I open the lines, let me ask Minister Boaka this question. How does this put President Weah over Ambassador Boaka? First, I come in. President Weah has a ticket that is youth friendly. Second, a ticket that is gender sensitive. How does that put him above Ambassador Boaka?
Well, I'm going to begin with those 2 points and then we'll talk about other points. Firstly, the last census showed that the women population of this country make up slightly more than men. And it is unfortunate that when we went to the polls, we elected in fact, far less women than men at the lawmaking level, the national legislature. We elected about 3 women, I think, at the legislature, and about 8 or so. Well, I think 5 or so at the House of Representatives. Liberia has been seen internationally as the brainchild or an epitome of women leadership across Africa and maybe across the world, in fact, since we had the brilliant leadership of Her Excellency President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. All of her records, her VP is attempting to discount that she didn't do this, she didn't do that. He would have done it better. But President Sirleaf presented such brilliant leadership. President George Weah has consistently said, or he's been touted as at least the feminist in chief. Following his election, he went to the Anthony Tottenham Stadium and said he's going to empower women to an extent of projecting this affirmative action bill, which he projected at the national legislature and all of that. His ticket is the gender balance ticket. The other ticket, on the other hand, has excluded the vast majority of the Liberian citizenry. It is a ticket of all men. That is why the women leaders came together at the ministerial complex the other day. Hundreds of women stakeholders, and they've been reverberating across the country. The last time we saw that even in Nimba County, there was a group of women stakeholders who came and endorsed Her Excellency, the Vice President. They came together and said, well, it is unfortunate that we will be excluded, given our numerical strength, but also our contribution to society. We don't contribute to society at all levels. But the Unity Party has said, we're not important to the leadership of the country that much, to the extent that they didn't select us to be in the leadership level. So President Weah ticket is the gender balance ticket. So you go to the polls. I don't like to tell people, say, go vote for number 2. I like to tell people, say, go vote for the ticket I got a woman on it. The only ticket, the 2 tickets that got woman on it, that George Weah and Joy Howard Taylor ticket. So it is that ticket you need to vote for. The other reason is, and like you put it rightly, it is the ticket that empowers young people. Other things you see happening, well, it is making sure that we have free tuition at the tertiary level, making sure that they pay for wax fee, but also building parks across the country. But just the general disposition of the president. Look at how he behaves. The last time he was at, I think it was the D12E, when he went to play and then was hanging out with this little kid, might not have been more than 13 years old, and then he went to the the bar there and was talking to this kid like a friend. And that is what we see a number of actors who previously opposed him vehemently. They stingingly criticize him. The likes of Ben Sandy, the likes of Henry Costa, and all of those people. They say when they see President Weah and talk to him, they see a level of genuineness. They see a leader who wants to reconcile, irrespective of where you stood before. Even when he went to see, Alexander Cummings, during the time they had this negotiation, we started to get word that there was a general consensus that President Sirleaf and his team, when they went there, they were a little bit free or outgoing, having conversation and all of that. But the Unity Party folks seem to be a little bit tense and, are not connecting well and what have you. It show a level of that they were not absolutely genuine. So President Weah has been reaching out across the aisle, big, small, meeting big or small people. People have been regarded as not so relevant or what have you. So those are the stark choices that we have. We have a choice of a leader whose track record for 6 years that we can look at and say, well, he's been promoting peace, good governance, freedom of expression and all of that, versus a group of people who've been extremely intolerant, even on social media. So imagine when you give those people authority, we'll not start having people, they'll not start running behind people in the country. Firstly, they just saw semblance, of the election results by the National Elections Commission. They started talking about seizing people property. They just saw semblance of that. They started showing the first sign of vengeance that will go after them, will seize their property, will put them in jail. This was not the team of President George Weah in 2017. So imagine giving those people authority. So those are the stark realities we are faced with.
Let's open the lines quickly.
But even if you have authority of the presidency, you just go about and seize people properties like that. There's something wrong with them.
Yeah, no, right.
They're not going to see power anytime soon.
Okay, so let's try to open the lines. Let's take this first call on the line quickly. Good afternoon. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Ross from Ghana, and I'm calling from the president resident.
Okay.
I'm going to see the deputy prime minister, Mr. Samora Wolokolie, and the electoral I was also registered 484 persons. And then one way, it's a some person was registered in local parliament. Yeah, even self at the level of us. But my people still don't hear to go because they were not treated, they were not happy. Yeah, we keep them doing everything well, we're not able to New York. So that's the situation we have now. Yeah, only got an from tomorrow or morning to be in the family to the other side.
To the final minister.
Okay, we talk off air. Someone give me your number.
Okay.
We'll call you right away.
Good afternoon. Hello. Oh, okay. Let me go to this line. That number. Let me go to this line quickly. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm not always here. I'm here in the morning. Good afternoon. Oh.
Yeah, no, she's clear. I think,
yeah, okay. Yes, go ahead. Your name. Okay.
She's very low. She is very low. There's something. We are going to business. Don't opposition. When I say power, you understand? Plenty people were talking. We are seeing the power. You know what? Plenty people. President, we are the one for the issue. No, President, we are saying everybody wants to tell us.
Hello? Yes, hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm just from Big Up there. I'm the one of real life.
Bangura?
Mr. Bangura, the family.
Yeah, he's listening.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Bangura, listening.
Yeah. Mr. Bangura, I'm from real life. I'm the hardest here. I'm waiting. I want to go back. But I told me,
it's a Nimba. I want to go back.
We are at that number. Get over to June.
Absolutely.
June, but then I get for you. Tomorrow have a meeting too.
Okay. We will talk off air. I will get your number from Sabra. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, sister, you'll get your number. What's your number?
Your mobile phone number.
Yeah. 40 21 26 080 40 21 26. Okay.
We are talking with our that number, our special phone number to fit do.
I do not want those. I just want your mobile number.
Okay, so you have a mobile number already. Let's take this caller. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, this is Melvin calling from Istanbul. I want to talk on the show.
Okay, let's hear from you. Okay.
Yes, I just want to talk about the election. You guys are doing well in studio, but the election has reached to a point that it's about the voting, the number. The voter going to do a manual job, but then they leaving from the magistrate office to go to the NEC head office. That whole thing is a different ball game. You guys need to pay more attention to that. The first round of the election, it was hard. My Gibi County, we lost 7,000 votes. That was not real. There was something going on wrong there.
I agree.
So you guys need to pay more attention for the magistrate office. That's sending that thing through that internet system.
Yeah.
People, that things happen there. You guys need to pay more attention on it. I would just want to advise all of the pool watchers, if they take the screenshot from their phone and send it to the headquarters, let them also send it to ERPC and Freedom FM that they will broadcast it for 7 o'clock to 2 o'clock. We already know that we're going to win this election. They shouldn't do it like they pass that delay all the thing. Thank you so much.
Okay, many thanks. Let's take this other caller quickly. Good afternoon.
Samora?
Yes.
This is Fiscal Davis, the son of Nimba.
Okay.
From district number 6 in Masorado.
Let's hear from you.
To all of the panelists. Mr. Pangrua, I didn't mean to, because I know you were prepared. It wasn't meant to bring you to public disrepute, but I just know what you stand for. But this time, for the common people, if you are sitting in a studio with Mr. Connor, I will allow you to get more sense in his head, because you are speaking to us locally. So I tested to see that just do it simple for our Liberian people. That's what I meant this morning in my text.
Oh, okay. No, he didn't take offense.
I did was suggest, so I didn't take it personal.
So, what more can I see? What more can we see? What more can Seditians see? What more can Liberians see? What more can the voters who are about to go on Tuesday to cast the ballot for Mr. Muya see? You are saying all. But I want somebody to just comment on the statement or the actions of the United Party. Remember, they brought a Ghanaian to participate in a Liberian election. Mind you, we call for transparency. We want accountability. We want the elections to be free, fair, and transparent. But you brought a Ghanaian. Trouble. Is it not worrisome? Are we not worried about it? Somebody said, did we really get 7,000 votes in the last election of sport? Is it real for 12-year-old person to tap an election with 7,000? Is it not worrisome? We need to think about it. I suggested after our votes on Tuesday, we will not just live. We will be there. The first time in October, I tested you, Mr. Wilfred. I was on my way by 30. I put to Maguire. This time, maybe 4:30. Because we will vote and we'll be there until everything is solved.
Okay.
And then it's taken to the next office. I want to say thank you and may God bless my senior minister. Samora, I will come to you tonight so we can have some conversation. Thank you, Sabo.
Okay, many thanks. Let's take this caller. Good morning. Good afternoon. Wow. Yeah, good afternoon.
You think of the SMS?
Yeah, I'm thinking of the SMS. Okay. Okay, Patrick, let's hear from you.
I want to say thank you for the show and the children. This Electoral is going to all deputy minister or Samora Wolokolie. I want to say thank you for listening to the plan of the Liberian people. This is how responsible and mature government behave and listen to the call of the Liberian people. So I want to use the media to call upon my fellow Liberian brother for the lesson paper of Liberia to go Tuesday morning and vote President George Hunt. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks also. Let's take this caller from this other line.
Hello.
Good afternoon, yeah.
Yeah. This is James from Bagsaway. Calling from the back country.
Okay, calling from Lofa County.
Yeah. I want to tell my countrymen to work for Wolokolie, thank you for your effort and deliberation on the issue. Especially we from the Black country, we have already been resolved. We have had to re-elect Honorable President George Mane, because we are looking at tremendous development in the county. Not based in Morovia, but in Lofa, because we have to go by and pledge our support to our people and our country. But there's an issue. We have majority of our brothers, some of our brothers that came from Morovia, Western, and Lofa. But they cannot be able to come back. And it's very serious. We get close to 200 persons that don't have the time to go back to Western, because people that carry them, majority are not lost. So we want to speak to see how best people can find ways for them to come back and
Okay. Okay, they are listening. 0776-540-987, or better still 0880-514-096. That's the number.
This is why we are advising people to register where you live.
Yeah.
That's
exactly.
Good afternoon. Yes, hello.
This is Reverend Howard, and I want to say thank you to all of you. And we make sure that we all go to the pool, and whoever the Lord has given us, we will make sure that they become president of this nation.
Okay.
All of the threatening words and whatsoever the people are saying, I want to say that they are men, they are that God, and the Lord will destroy all of the evil plans, and the dream of God will come true. Thank you.
Okay, let's take this one quickly on this line. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Samora. How are you?
I'm okay, sir.
Well, thank you. This is the people's governor. The most talk about district number 10 governor. I'm so Isaac, and I join you from my comfort district from the Oro, members of the Respond and Defend team, Allah Propo Defender. You know, we want to say bravo to our brother there in studio. No, you guys said it right. Look, my brother, our people there are resolved. Look, some of our people come from that side, because my woman from Tapeta area. Every day we communicate with our people. The people are convinced that this development that they are seeing there, they all of the region, they have not seen it before. So the people are resolved. We are tired with people who said they have a lot of opportunity for the squander. If there will be any opportunity for them to squander again, they should be in a private sector, but not in government. They think in a family inheritance yet. Look, the common people are resolved. Look, first time in history for us to sit with president of this nation to show that the government is for the people and the people for the government. We are resolved. District number 10, you see our own district today, we all the way that our team, our lawmaker can be on. You see the development that is the president carry on in our district. So the whole role you knew before district number 10 is not the district number 10 of now. Honor the region. So we are convened, we are convened in the housing unit, all of those in there. So we are resolved. President, we are is the only way forward. Thank you.
Many thanks. Let's get a caller. Good morning.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Samora?
I'm okay. Your name?
This is Moses, and Cassidy, I call you from Gardnersville.
Let's hear from you.
I want to thank your studio guests. They've been very, very, clear in giving the message to our people. We Liberians need to know that this president is the president that have done development than any other president. Somebody must argue just recently, they were asking why they said that there's no way in the southeast. And I asked the fellow, if there's no way in the southeast, he says yes. What do you talk about it? The 170 plus years. What happened in the southeast? So what I'm trying to say is that this president has started a lot of good development. I'm from local county. This is the first time for me to see road, and I talk from Bone County all over to Salary on the quarter. And I know that we'll get the next 6 years to the president. We're going to have road way to Medicoma. So I want to say thank you to the team. Let us keep on pushing with the message. And I hope our people will be able to listen to this so that we can elect our president on the 14th of this month. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Good afternoon.
Okay,
Yes, this is your BC here.
Yeah, well, I want to tell the following that thank you for coming on the air to educate us so that how to the capability of our president to make them to inform to know that President we are doing work for this country, and by the special grace of God that people voting for one is true for this nation. Even statistics people will know that President we are okay, I will go. So I want to tell you, thank you very much, all the journalists that came. Let it continue for everyone to help to build Latino.
Okay.
Mr. Someone I want to talk, I want for you to see me or I want Captain spoke me, kind of para. I can't go on my phone. I really want you to help me. Please, after the show, I'm taking it. Let you help me.
Okay. You call this number after the show, yeah?
All right.
Good afternoon. Hello? Wow. Good afternoon. Okay, we're taking the 2 more calls and I'll wrap it up quickly. Let me go to this line. Hello?
Yeah, hello, sir. This is Mo Adam, and I call from the GS0 community. I want to say thank you to the ministers in studio. I think whatsoever they talk about the government, President, we it's a boost also to the government. There's a reason that we can say to vote for number 2. But please, Mr. Minister and government, do not allow work chicken. You need to do more. You need to be strong. Work for the Liberian people. And the chief elder says, vote for Hello? Fine, hi, Mr. Boss.
I'm okay.
Yeah, okay. I just want to ask something. Not everybody who say I coming for this time, every group to say you can because we don't want any bad person you have made. You ask the ask who carries them before they want to vote there. Because you talk about nothing with 300, 400, you go carry 300 municipalities to go vote at the CDC. So who carry them there and who they voted for they should talk in. So that's my point.
Okay. Let me take this last one quickly. This last one. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
This is Solomon here calling from EPS community. You know about the election issue in the country. The vote at the vote in the country. One of my friends, the president Nana, they using one of my friends to hear the Joshua.
Hello?
They DC right to the Joshua there, right here after they call the building, Atlanta building, after Atlanta building, the next building, and the place the small Nigerian garden building. They shot out one of my friends after they using one of my friends they only mistake I made it I take a car lesson play but my friend I get my friend no more. They go around the city said in never problem with you get never problem in Labrador.
Okay. Thank you.
When you want to know, I get in the water decision the afternoon. I'll give my friend no more. Well, I run transportation from that got also to Picano.
Okay.
So don't take it to be nobody wants to take to be joke. They will bring in not Nigeria we can hear in the country. They say they can't sell abroad never problem. Oh, that is having never problem.
Okay. All right. Many thanks. Gentlemen, I think we have to go. Let's try to get the parting comments and then we take our exit. Who first?
I'll start. Well, thank you. Although I wasn't listening to the callers, but when the 100-bedroom hospital in Bapolu, the Emir's Hospital, performed its first C-section operation, I was in a conversation with a friend from the United Party who said, "You're the CC people, you're there too much talking about one thing that you one C-section you performed the first time in Liberia, you're happy." And I said, "Oh wow, you are saying the right thing." What I want you to do is to please go to the grave of Joseph Drinking Rivers, Edwin J. Roy, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Joseph Vicar, and ask them, why is Liberia performing its first C-section since the foundation of this land under President Weah? This is the reality of the land. Why we are not here to say Liberia is on a silver platter, we are saying President Weah has done more for this country, for which he deserves your vote. Very short days from now, you'll be going to the polls. Dear Liberians, you have a choice between two people. One of them have had leadership experience for the rest of their life that resulted to nothing. But we have records that we can point to. During the time in 2017, Mr. Joseph Boykai was expelling President Sirleaf from his party when she was celebrating her birthday. That's not leadership. During his time as chair of the CPP went working. Let someone ask themselves, when Cummings was there no problem? There was problem. When Brenda Yu was there no problem? There was problem. When Oyemli was there no problem? There was problem. Why is it that only when this man got there, everything went Yamaskata? It tells you of the leadership ability. Okay. On the other hand, you have someone who has brought forth unprecedented development, where we are seeing roads, we are seeing youth empowerment, we are seeing hospitals being built, market being built, and we say seditions and everyone supporting the president. Please come home. Okay. Your home is home. Vote President Weah on November 14, and let's ensure Liberia amongst forward.
That's your party comment. Next.
So I would just like to close up by saying that tremendous investment has been made in the rural women empowerment program across this country. It's a $2 million project by the president, and the Ministry of Commerce has been working with all of her partners, the LMA women, the women farmers who do communal farming, VSLAs and SMEs, as well as every facet of rural women structure across this country have benefited their fair share from the $2 million project under the president's rural women empowerment project. And I know how they feel today, because a lot of them have expressed their appreciation to the president. A lot of them will be starting new businesses. A lot of them will find themselves in new industries. So it's again part of the success story that we would like to to hammer home. Also, when we started the campaign, we know that the folks on the other side, the failed unity party regime, invented a lot of fictitious arguments. They tried to challenge us on the development debate. The president and his government has won that debate. They brought in the fake and so-called coach or drug allegation that was defeated, hands down, decimated, and dismissed forever in the dustbin of history. They've now the new thing that they're trying to invent is the terror they're trying to use. For example, in communities in Nimba, their campaign is trying to deploy terror in communities. We've called on the national security agencies and the security apparatuses to ensure that on elections day we have sufficient security forces deployed in order to boost the confidence of the people, because they have realized that the Liberian people in countries like Nimba and Lofa are determined to make a U-turn. Some of those who did not support the president in the first round are determined to make U-turns, and they have suspected that. So they're trying to deploy violence. One incident happened yesterday in Zor Client. I know that the security forces are on top of that. But we want to assure our people that you need to turn out in your number. You have stated clearly that you are going to stand with development, you're going to stand with the president. I speak directly to my compatriots in Nimba that you have to write your own story and your own history, that you can never be a county of ungrateful people. You have received your fair share of development under this regime. And once you stand by the president, he is your nephew, he comes from Buyandoro, we were told that, we have embraced that, nobody can change that story, he's a part of us, and the president has never forgotten Nibayan. So even speaking of human capital development, he has a lot of young Nibayans such as myself working in his government. So on November 14, we're calling all of you to rise up early in the morning, do one thing, go to the polls, stay in the queue, and vote for the man and the woman on the ballot.
I wish Azado can come back and tell something.
We let the president with a decisive mandate.
Yeah, when he talked about the C session, because he said the first time, was he talking about in Bapulu?
Yeah, he was speaking contextually. He was speaking of Bapulu.
Yeah,
And
to be clear. Yeah,
No, he said Ilabro.
No, it was important to clear that out.
But let me say 30 seconds to wrap up, and then 30 seconds. Comes in.
You have 30 seconds.
Anyway, President Johnson has hello. I said 30 seconds. President Johnson has a remarkable ability to reconcile the country. He's also demonstrated an intense desire to develop the country. We've seen that all across Liberia, roads, hospital, market buildings, and all of that. What we're seeing from the opposition is basically an unholy alliance, a ragtag opposition. If those of you who were here, during the 90s, you might have seen the different transitional governments. The different transitional governments and what have you. You know that it was a conglomeration of people from different areas of government who had different allegiances and what have you. That's exactly what we're beginning to see in the opposition. The first thing we're going to see as soon as, God forbid, they were to take power, will be the fight for position. We saw that barely 24 hours after NEC did the first announcement of results. They started talking about who's going to occupy which position and what. This has created some consternation within even the international cycle. The international partners led by the US government, the EU, and what have you. All of them are beginning to worry with the prospect of Prince Johnson coming anywhere near power. But the real distinction from them is that he's able to lead his flock. The difference between President Weah's camp and former Vice President Joseph Boakai camp is that while President Weah is leading his flock, President Joseph Boakai camp is leading him. So you don't want that kind of leader who's basically is not in charge, is not in control of who he leads, because we've made so much progress over the last couple of years. We don't want to derail that.
Okay. So
finally, Samora, Wolokolie, 1 minute.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to pay some attention to the comments from the caller who talked about the Ghanaian fellow who was arrested by the Liberia National Police. We know the police will do its own job to allow this matter to extend to the justice and the legal process of Liberia. We denounce such attempt. And again, that citizen of ECOWAS, that Ghanaian, should be given a right to go through his due processes under the laws of the Republic of Liberia. But we condemned the actions in the first place of such announcement. These things are breeding fear within the United Party. The United Party is done. Today, there is going to have a number of mobilization towards the program of tomorrow. We call on citizens and citizens across the length and breadth of the country to mobilize yourself. Get mobilized against tribalism and get mobilized for development. Get mobilized for the fact that you are paying less amount in terms of the kilowatts per hour for electricity that are in your homes and available to you today. Get mobilized because there has been a number of skilled and unskilled jobs for you Liberians who are working along different development projects and projects that have to do with road constructions and other initiatives. Get mobilized because you have been getting loans for small farmers and small business enterprises. Get mobilized because today you are able to see investment coming into your country. We have outlined that. Get mobilized because they are beginning to have a sense of economic and macroeconomic stability within the country. Get mobilized because today you can see prospects in evidential appearances of physical development activities that have been carried on in the country. I speak to the people of the community. You see your roads. The people of Clarendon, you see your sport page, your park. The people of Oro community, you see your park. The people of PHP, your park will be launched very soon. I'm told very soon. It is nearing completion. As a matter of fact, it is almost available to you. Get mobilize the people of Riverside County with the housing units that have been placed there. This government has been on the brink of ensuring a number of development initiatives which we can see with our naked eyes. We are now operating on Sepay. We are experiencing serious development drive, though it is still there, but we are seeing it apparent. Do not be deceived and think that you can be rescued by someone who is living or has lived on somebody's wall. How can you be a rescuer? Let us allow ourselves to be base and have a political vibration on tomorrow that will send a clear message to the world and to the public that a free, fair, and transparent elections to be held in Liberia, and the Liberian government can finance its own elections process 100%. That Liberia can conduct elections under the strict scrutiny of the security forces of other Liberians, and nothing happened to the country.
Okay.
Peace to all of us as Liberians as we meet on that fateful day. Amen. After November 14.
Okay.
When President George Weah will be re-inaugurated as President of the Republic of Liberia. Thank you.
Okay, he's Dr. Anthony Dr. Samora Wolokolie. He's the Deputy Minister of Finance and Fiscal Affairs. You also heard the Deputy Ministers Boka Fofana, Wilfred Bengura, Isaac Doe. Menepeko Duma also was here. Well, my colleague, Julius.
Yeah, it was good being here on this marathon interview. Yeah.
Since you look like this morning?
Yeah, since we've been here.
Augustine.
Thank you. It was nice being here again.
What's up, George?